And in our homework series today, we're working with a balance board. Now, this could be a balance board like we have here, simple wooden one, could be a core board or maybe a Bosu. The idea is we're working with an unstable surface. Now, the beauty of that is that that really forces you to engage the core muscles to control your balance. Now, remember that core strength we talked about before. The idea of that is if we develop the strength here, that will allow us to be more effective with our limbs, and you'll really see that in this kind of workout today. It's a great total body workout. It's also working on what we call proprioception. Now, within the joints, you have joint receptors. We have the Golgi tendon organ, we have the stretch reflex. We touched on those before when we talked about muscles and joints. Now, what they'll do is detect the movement, maybe the speed or the angle that the joint is moving through, and cause contractions to control that movement. Now, the beauty of that is if we train for that, then what we'll do is actually reduce our risk of injury, as well as at the same time getting a cardio effect, getting a toning effect, which sounds pretty good to me. And the theory is that working on balance boards, we actually end up recruiting 20% more muscle fiber. So we're going to get an even better workout than you would do on a flat surface. However, if you're not used to this, then take your time at first. The way we're going to work today, whole range of exercises, fumbling around in my pocket for a stopwatch, because we're going to do this in circuit style today. So the guys and I are going to work on 1 minute of each exercise, and then we're going to have a rest of about 15, 20 seconds, 15, 20. We're still negotiating that, depending on how hard you work. But the idea is, for that minute, try and kind of get started, feel your way into the exercise, and then certainly for the next 30 seconds, really try and pump it out a little bit, okay? Important before you do any workout, you've got to have a warm-up. I'm sure you know that now. So anything that involves circling the shoulders, the wrists, something like the guys are doing now, a little bit of marching on the spot, just to get the temperature up slightly before we start. Okay, so are we ready with our first exercise? So let's put 1 foot on the front of the board, careful how you get onto the board, and 1 foot towards the back. Okay, now our exercise, just get a little practice, is forwards and backwards. Yeah, let's just get a little feel for that. Yeah, so you're running on the spot, but you're tilting forwards and backwards on that board. Are we set? Are we ready, guys? Can I get a minute? Go. Can I get a witness? And away we go. Get into the rhythm. Keep it going. Pump the arms. Forwards and backwards. Try and control that movement. If you lose your balance, that's okay if you have to reset yourself. But be aware now of pulling in the abdominals tight. There's a little bit of tension in the glutes. You're really trying to control what's going on in the trunk, pulling through the waist. Keep going, keep going. You'll be pleased to know we're nearly halfway there. Come on, come on, come on. You'll hear me panting in a minute. That's not special effects, that will be me panting. Keep going, keep going, keep going. We're halfway there. Yeah? Keep it going, keep it going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. If you lose your balance, that's okay, you can reset yourself. We've got another 15 seconds, keep it going. You weren't stopping then, were you? Keep going. And you see this tilt forwards and backwards. You can see we're working through the legs. We're clearly getting a cardio effect, last 10 seconds. But what we're also doing here is really challenging the smaller muscles, these joint receptors in the ankles, to control that movement. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done. Quick rest. Get a deep breath, get off the board, get back onto terra firma for a second. Get ready for your second exercise, which, guess what, is just the opposite of what you've just done. Okay, I'm resetting. Other foot on the front. Are we ready? Now be aware, you may have difference from one side to the other, so start off slowly. Let's go. We're running forwards and backwards. Ooh, he says, struggling to get started. I think mine's just stalled. And away we go, forwards and back. Yeah, pumping one arm and the other, up we go. Forwards and back, get into that little running motion. Running on the spot, forwards and back. You've got your left leg forwards this time. Or if you had the left leg forwards, get the right one this time. Make sure it's opposite. And away we go. Get pumping, get pumping, get pumping. Fabulous. Keep going, you're halfway there already. Take some deep breaths while you're running. Keep your abdominals in tight. Try and keep, as Tracy's doing here, fabulous form. Chest lifted. Here's one I prepared earlier. Fabulous form, well done. Keep those arms moving. We're getting the heart rate going, but we're working into the legs. And also now we're challenging the small joint receptors here, training them to get used to responding to those different angles. We've got 5 more seconds. Let's keep going, guys. Keep going, keep going. Keep going at home there. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done. Step off your board. We're moving on to a little bit more of a toning exercise now, not so much cardio. Get your breath back on this next exercise. We're going to squat, so be careful how you do this. 1 foot on the side, 1 foot on the other side. Now, ideally for the squat, we're going to stay balanced. Yeah, we're going to stay balanced in the middle, but you might find that you'll drift from one side to the other. If you can, try and set yourself in the center. Let's reset the clock. Can I get a minute? Let's go. Now, what you might find when you're doing this is as you squat down, lifting the arms forwards will help with the balance. You see that little shake going on there? What's going on is the muscles are trying to respond to this extra challenge of balancing. Remember I said about a 20% extra muscle recruitment. Get into a good rhythm and keep going with it. If you lose your balance and it goes to one side or the other, that's okay. Just reset yourself. Try and stay in the center, away you go. So, fabulous exercise because clearly we're working into the front of the thigh, into the back of the thigh, the hamstrings, into the glutes. Sprinting on the spot. I think you've got a faulty one. Keep going and reset yourself. If it starts to shake, don't worry. But also what's happening here, really pulling in tight through the abdominals. If you don't keep the trunk strong, you are going to fall all over the place. There's only 10 seconds, you'll be pleased to hear. Keep going, and down you go. Working into the front and back of thighs, into the glutes. It's a whole body workout, and step off and take a rest there. Well done, well done. How are you doing at home? Remember, easy to get a hold of these little balance boards, so keep a lookout for them at the sports shop. You've got another few seconds. We're going to change to another exercise now, lunging off the board. So you're going to put your right foot in the center of the board, and we're going to try and keep it balanced this time. Left foot is up close. All you're going to do is take it behind, put it on the ball of the foot, lunge down, and bring it back up. It's a rear lunge, yeah? Nice and deep. Are we set? Let's go. Step back, squat down and up. Now, try and keep this front foot, if you can, balanced. Don't let it tilt to one side or the other. The arms are working as well into this lunge. Keep it going, keep it going. Beautiful. Take it right back. Bring it right up to the front. Down and then up to the front. Good. And down. Good. Further back. Good. And up. Down. Good. Keep it going. Keep it going. Seeing how we're having to work now on this balance here. Try not to let this tilt. We're halfway there, guys. Does that foot go further back? Apparently not. And back. Good. Put it on the ball of the foot at the back. Bend the knee down to the floor. Good. Come on, we've got 15 seconds. I'm going to join in, get my money's worth. And up. And up. Come on. Come on. Only 10. You can do this at home. Let's go. Up. Up. This is killing me. Only joined in halfway through. And take a little rest there. Well done, well done. Give the legs a shake. Get off the board. Just in case you haven't guessed what's happening next. Get a breather. And swap legs. Left leg on the board. It's in the center because we're going to try and keep it balanced this time. Start with the foot by the side. What your right foot's going to do, just get a little practice, is go back onto the ball of the foot so you can drop down. Keep your hips square. Don't let this knee twist. And then step up. Okay. Let's go. Start nice and easy for the first few. Get used to the movement. Keep your chest lifted. Remember, it's all about your core strength. Keep your abdominals in tight. Down we go. Good, keep it going. Good, does it go further back? Reach that foot further back. Chest lifted, good. Reach the foot right back. Good. Keeping that foot balanced on the front, the board. Try not to let it tilt. Come on, we're halfway there. Let's do some work. Come on. It's easy for me to say, I'm not doing anything. Come on. Lunge and up. Lunge and up. Take the pace up. Come on. Let's burn some calories. And down. And down. Let's tone the hips and the thighs. Good. Come on. Ooh. I want to say buns of steel, but that's because I'm a child of the 80s. I don't know if that means anything nowadays. And down. Can I get just a couple more, please? Come on, we can do this, team. You can do this at home. And take a little rest there. Well done, well done. Anyone else's legs burning? Good work, good work, good work. So remember, the beauty of this is, not only are we getting that toning, we're getting a cardio effect, trust me, so we're burning some calories, but also we're working this proprioception, this agility skill that's really useful in developing if you're a sports performer, but particularly for reducing risk of injury. So we're going to lunge off the side now. So same setup, get your right foot on the board, get it in the center, yeah? Get ready, start close, and now you're going to go for a side lunge. So you're going to step the foot out, but point the toe and the knee slightly outwards when you go down, yeah? This kind of movement's not too good for us, and this certainly isn't, yeah? So it's pointing slightly outwards, and the knee will go down that way as we lunge. Step back in, yeah? Out, and back in, tall. Okay, Are we good to go? Save yourselves. We're off. Come on, let's go, team. And down. Good. Get into the rhythm. Try and keep this foot balanced. Don't let the board tilt to one side or the other. Try and keep it in the center. That's the challenge. Good. Out. And out. How are we doing? Lunge it out. Use the arms in opposition. Let's go. Out and back. Good. Beautiful. Nearly halfway there. And good. Perhaps not so wide, just go a little lower. And down. A little bit quicker. Come on, let's pick up the pace now. How are you doing at home? Pick up the pace. Good. Out. Out. Come on. You weren't slowing while I was over there, were you? I know that happens. Out. We've only got 20 seconds to go. Come on, team. Give me that lunge. Bend the knee. Abs in tight. Pull in here. Pull in here. Chest lifted. We've only got 10 seconds. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Out. And out. How are you doing at home? Hope you're still with us. Last couple of seconds. Last one. And take a rest there. Well done, well done. Get a deep breath. Keep the feet moving. Anybody feeling anything yet? I do hope so. And just in case you hadn't guessed, we're going to swap over to the other leg. So you're going to put your left foot on the board. You're going to make sure it's in the center. Yeah? Try and find that balance point right away. Just get used to that balance point. What we don't want on this is we don't want it tilted one way or the other. We're trying to control it. Keep it in the middle. Start close. Just get a little practice first of all. The left foot's on, so your right foot's going to step out. Remember, the knee and the toe point slightly outwards for this, so that we can get that lunge and then back in. Yeah? We're trying to avoid this. We're trying to avoid going over on the ankle, so point it slightly out. Out it goes and down. Step up. Chest lifted all the time. Abs are in tight. Waist is pulled in. Are we set? Good to go. I think you have more than 20 seconds there, but I'll let you off that one. You can owe me some. Okay, are we set? You ready at home? Let's go. Lunge and up. Right leg out and back. Come on. Keep that balance in the center. On your balance board, on your Bosu, core board, whatever it is, keep that foot in the center. Don't let it tilt to the side. That's the challenge. Should feel some work going on in the lower leg here. Should also feel some work going on here, here, in the glutes. But more than that, pull in here. Abdominals tight. Keep going. Good. Fabulous. Keep the head up. Can we sink a little lower into that lunge? Down. We're over halfway there, you'll be pleased to know. Oh, let's pick up the pace. Good. Come on. Come on. Good. Nice and deep. Yeah? The more bend we're going to get through this knee, the more work we're going to do through the quads, through the hamstrings, and through the glutes. That's what it's all about. Come on, come on. Perfect pins. Yes. Come on. Only 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Stick with us at home. You can do this. Good. Come on, come on, come on. Smile. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done. Brilliant. How did you do on that? So, I've changed things slightly. Let's go for a slightly easier exercise this time. Give you a chance to get your breath back. So, what we're going to do this time is step either side of the board. Be careful how you get on. And all we're going to do here is run on the spot from side to side and literally let it touch down. Yeah? So we're working through that range of movement in the ankle. Yeah? Okay. Are we good to go? Let's get running. Side to side now. So remember at the top, we ran forwards and back. I'm running side to side now. Yeah? Use your arms in opposition. Now the challenge here is to keep your abdominals in tight and to keep it fluid. Can we keep going side to side? Can you prevent it from tilting you forwards and backwards? Yeah? I did that deliberately, by the way. Up. Come on, let's go. Can we pick up the pace? We are supposed to be running. Come on. Come on. Pick up the pace. Let's go. Let's go. We're halfway there. Good. Side to side. Let's get some movement through that ankle. See this work going on here? Forcing those little joint receptors to detect what's going on and then cause the muscles to contract to control it. Yeah? It's speeding up those nerve messages that are going through what's called a neural arc. Actually, it doesn't go right up to the brain. It just goes from here. It picks up that angle through the nerve fibers. It goes to the lower spine, to the spinal cord, which effectively, obviously, is to the brain. And then that message comes back down. Quickly contract to get me out of that position. Keep going, a few more seconds. And if we can increase the speed of those neural messages, it's going to reduce our risk of injury and take a rest there. Well done, well done. Good work. Okay. Now this one, you will be able to get your breath back because this is not so cardio, a little bit more about toning on this one. But if you can pick up the pace, that would be great. We're going to work for some twists. We're going to really get into the obliques now. And this will help you to understand how core strength is important for translating the power, the strength from your upper and lower body. It forms this integration. And the key to that is something we talked about in the lower spine lecture. We talked about the thoracolumbar fascia, this sheath at the lower back there, because so many different muscles attach to that. In particular, the transversus abdominis and the internal obliques, they're our key core muscles. But also what happens is, from below, the hamstrings, the glutes, indirectly will attach to it. And then also the lats from above. So actually this link between your upper and lower body comes through here, which is controlled by here. So what we're going to do here is try and use the upper body and the lower body to help us twist side to side. Yeah? We're trying to get that twist from side to side. You're going to have to use your arms, you're going to have to use your legs, but to try and integrate that, what you've got to do is keep the abdominals in really tight. You will lose your balance on this one, just keep resetting yourself and do as best you can. That was definitely more than 20 seconds. Let's go. Twist. Try and get into a rhythm if you can. Twist. Twist, side to side. Good. And twist. You know what I was just thinking, if you've got this core board on a shag pile carpet, you're going to have a real job twisting. I perhaps should have mentioned that. Twist, come on, twist, side to side. How are we doing? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Both feet on. You weren't cheating then, were you? Beautiful. How is it every time I look, they've stopped? I hope you're still going at home. Keep going. But don't worry, that will happen, particularly with this kind of training, balance training. Remember, we talked about the principles of fitness. Keep going. You only begin to progress when you get near to your limit. So if you're at that boundary where you're starting to lose your balance, that's good, because that's where it begins to develop. Yeah, keep going. You've only got another 14 minutes. I don't know what happened there. I must have counted that wrong. No, I'm just kidding. You've got about 5 more seconds. Keep going. Keep going. You're doing well. Look, you see, just as we get to the end, you've perfected it. I'll let you run a few more seconds because that looks good. Fabulous. Take a quick rest there. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, you'll be pleased to know this gets exciting. That's a tough exercise, but really good at getting that kind of integration from your upper to your lower body. And hopefully you can really feel like you're doing some work around your middle there, particularly the obliques at the side. So, okay, we're going to change it slightly now. You're going to put your right foot on the board again for me, please. And we're just going to do a wood chop. So, we're going to take the left foot out to the side, not too wide, but this one. Now, the key here is to get this twist and control the movement. Obviously, we've got to control the tilt forwards, backwards, side to side, but also now we're going to get some rotation here. Yeah? So be careful of the knee. We don't want it to drop in. It's not designed to do that. So all we're going to do here is to lift the hands up and turn. And as we go down here, twist, come onto the ball of the foot on the left, drop down and back up and down. So the idea is we're chopping, chop, and up. And chop. So see how we're getting the twist and the twist there. But what we're trying to do here is balance. Okay, let's get into a good rhythm. Begin nice and easy, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, and let's go. Twist and lift, twist and lift. Abs are in tight. And again, this is one of those exercises, now that you've just done that twist, where you're linking the upper body working with the lower body. And to do that effectively, like any tennis or golf player will tell you, you need to keep your core engaged, pulling the tummy button towards the lower spine, drawing in through the waist. Ooh, keep it going. And down. Beautiful. And twist. And again, this is a whole body workout. Did yours slide like mine? Be careful with that. And twist. Beautiful. See this whole body working, upper body, through the middle, through that twist, down to the legs. Fabulous. And see how we're working on that balance. Try and keep that board balanced. Try not to let it touch down at the side. That's excellent. And down. Good. And also, we're getting that little toning work through the legs as we're squatting and lifting. And hold it there. Well done, well done. Quick rest. You won't be surprised to know the next exercise is, we'll flip it across to the other side. Okay. Don't forget, if at any time you need to grab some water, you can always do that in these little breaks in between. Okay, left foot's on now. Right foot out to the side. Okay, let's set ourselves up for the chop. Get ready. Hands are up. And let's go. Down and lift. Twist. So you're getting this twist on the board. You're also trying to balance it. Don't let it top out. Form. Good. Make sure you're getting that twist on your right foot. What we don't want is this knee to bend inwards. About the first 20 seconds, get used to the movement. Then can we start to take up the pace? Let's go. Down. Now, if you remember, a golfer or a tennis player will be using this movement quite dynamically. So we can pick up the pace a little bit. That's me trying to hint that you two should go fast. And you at home. Okay, let's go. Of course, that's easy for me to say while I'm just watching. But come on, you can do this. Bend the knee. Good. Good. Beautiful. Look at that twist through the... And you can see how this relates to playing golf. Yeah? Maybe to playing tennis. Yeah? You can see this movement. 5 more seconds. You can't do either of those sports without a strong core. And in fact, a lot of sports. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done. Good work. Tricky exercise, but great because it's employing lots of muscle groups using your whole body, which gives us a good calorie burn. Okay, we're going on to a squat and a knee lift. Right foot on the board first. Okay, there we go. Again, we're trying to keep the balance in the center. You may find that it bottoms out on one side or the other, but try and keep that balance if we can. Foot to the side, quite close. Now remember, for your squat, we decided we were going to bring the hands forward slightly. Lift the knee, squat, lift the knee. Can we keep that balanced when we lift the knee? Try not to let it touch down on one side or the other. So, go a little slowly for the first 20 seconds and then see how you do. Let's reset. 20 seconds, squat and lift the left knee. Let's go. Squat, lift, squat, lift. Abdominals tight. Let's get a good squat. As if you're sitting down on a chair. Push the backside out behind. Keep the abdominals in tight. Keep going. There's that little hinge of the hip. See how my upper body comes forward, but it's not a rounding of the spine. It's a hinge from the hip forwards. Forwards. Down. Lift. Down. Let's go. Down and lift. Oh, that's 30 seconds. I think it's time to pick up the pace. And down and lift. You did hear me say pick up the pace then, didn't you, you two? And lift. Down. Good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Keep the upper body, chest lifted. Tight here. Pull in. Pull in. Fabulous. Really working through those abdominals, but also now really working into that lower limb here, really working on the balance, on that proprioception, remember. Last few seconds. And take a rest there. Well done, well done, well done. You're not going to be surprised to know what comes next. Whew. If you need water, now's a good time, but make it quick. You still owe me a few seconds from that long rest. Okay, we've got the left foot on. Remember, try and find the center, make sure it's balanced. Get a couple of practice goes first. Squat, lift, try and keep balance, don't let this bottom out. Squat, abs in tight. Beautiful. So, I don't know about you, I think we're ready to go. Squat and lift. Squat. Up. Squat. Beautiful. Squat. Up. Fabulous. Abs in tight. Squat. Keep this balanced in the center. Try not to let it bottom out. Up. Arms can work in opposition to the legs if you wish. If you're feeling super comfortable, which I'm not, I don't know why I'm doing this, you can take your hands out of it and lift. Keep going, we're halfway there. Down. Good. Give me a good squat. Good. Out to the side on that squat. There. Beautiful. Good. How are you doing at home? Keep going. Slightly different kind of workout, but you can see where we're going here. Come on. I can hear some puffing and panting. That's a good sign. How are you doing at home? Make sure you're keeping that balance in the center. Make sure you're getting nice and low on the squats. The more bend you get through that knee, the more work we're doing through the legs, through the buttocks. That's what it's all about. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done, well done. That's your squats. Take a quick breath. Okay, so we're going to move on now and take that exercise slightly. We're getting close towards the end, so we're sort of getting into the home straight. So it's going to get a little tougher now, but we need our sprint for home. So we're going to go for a kick and a touch on the board here. So this is quite a toughie. You are, again, going to try and keep the board balanced, but you might find that you get a tilt one way or the other. But this is what's going to happen. You're going to take a kick. Touch the board, kick. Woo. Touch the board, kick. And if we can, get to a rhythm, kicking, touching. And ideally, if we can keep that elevated rather than bottomed out. Get a few practice ones first. Where's the key to the balance? It's all just here. Are we ready? and away you go. Your right foot's on, kick with your left, touch with your left, left, left. Try, if you can, to keep the board in the center, not bottomed out. Don't let it tilt one way or the other. Fabulous. Let's go. And kick, chest up when you kick, and down. Good. Touch the board. Good. Abs in tight. And remember that touch on the board. Can we pick up the pace? When you touch the board, don't round the spine, then the knees hinge from the hip. From the hip. We're over halfway. Come on, let's pick up the pace, guys. Come on. It's not really a question. How are you doing at home? You should be feeling this now. Come on. Last 15. Touch. Try and keep that board balanced. And remember, it's tough. You will bottom out on one side or the other. You've just got to try and keep it in the center. It will get better. Good. Last few seconds. Last couple. And well done, well done. Take a quick rest there. Give your legs a shake. Get back on terra firma. We're on to the other side. Not far to go now. Not far to go now. Actually, I'm lying. We're not even halfway yet. No. Come on. Let's switch over to the other side. Okay, so remember what we're doing here. Left foot on. You're going to take a little kick forwards with the right, touch down with the right. Kick with the right, touch down with the right. Kick and touch. Yeah? Okay. I think we're good to go. Up, kick, touch. Kick and touch. Remember, it's a challenge here. You've just got to try your hardest to keep that balance if you can. Kick and down. Kick and down. Kick and down. Now, some of you may have done this exercise, keep going, on terra firma. But once you start doing it on this unstable surface, it suddenly becomes a whole different exercise. Kick and down, good. Bend those knees a little bit to get down to the board. Kick and down, give me a little kick and down. That's it, fight that balance. And that's good. Remember, if you start to lose your balance, you're on the edge. You've got to your boundaries, and that's where you'll improve. So stick with it. We've only got 20 seconds to go. Are you looking at the clock then, desperately? I'm keeping it hidden. Come on. You can do this at home. Keep going, keep going. It's only a minute. What's a minute? Come on. In a New York minute. Come on, let's go. Beautiful. Kick. Give me that kick. And down. Kick like you mean it. Give me a martial arts kick. There's only 1 second to go. Quick, going in. Brilliant. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, good work. You'll be pleased to know we're going to get down on the floor now for a little press-up work. So if you want to take a moment to get a quick sip of water, that's okay. I'll show you the next exercise. So for the press-up exercise, we're going to go on our knees for this one to be sure, to make sure that we can get the full movement in on this exercise. I'll show you it first of all from the front so you can see what I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do is take the hands wide on the board. I'm on the knees for the press-up, but as we go down, I'm going to twist. The press-up and back up, and then guess what? To the other side, and then back up. So you get that little twist as you go down. And again here, the difference, your normal press up, it's not gonna move. So you're just working the chest, you're working through the front of the shoulder, you're working through the triceps. But now, because it's moving, you've got all this extra work going on around the shoulder girdle. Those rotator cuff muscles we talked about in the earlier lectures have got to really control that movement on the shoulder. Okay, let me just show you sideways on. What we need to be aware of, even in this kneeling position, is your abdominals are pulled in tight. Yeah, we don't want the backside sticking up. We don't want the hips dropping down. Keep that natural, normal curve fine. And as we go down, we twist. And then on the next one, we twist the other way. So start nice and slow, and then we'll get the pace going. So, are we ready? Abdominals in tight all the time. And away we go. Start at a nice easy pace, and up you go. Beautiful. Alternating side to side. You're on your knees for these press-ups because you've got a minute to go. And believe it or not, you've already done 10 seconds. That went quickly, didn't it? Didn't that go quickly? Come on, keep going. This is real sweat, you know. This is not makeup. Good work. And down. Keep it going. Good. 20 seconds. Come on. Now, you're breathing. As long as you're breathing, that's fine. Truth is, it often works better to breathe in on the way down and breathe out on the way up. So, and then blow it out, and it makes it dynamic as you press up. So, we've got value-added training here. We've got a little bit of work for your chest, shoulders, and triceps because we're doing press-ups. But what we've also got here is this work for your core muscles and also the muscles around the shoulder girdle, the rotator cuff, those 4 muscles that are vital. How are we doing? Keep it going, guys. Don't lock out your arms at the top of the press-up. There's only 5 seconds to go. Come on, you can do it. I'd love to join you. And take a quick rest there. Well done, well done, well done. Were you looking at me for help then? I can't help you. That was fabulous. Okay, so press-ups, well, we've only got really one more exercise to do. So we're going to do a little dip here. And you may have seen tricep dips. Beauty of this, it really gets into a problem area, backs of the arms. You may have done this before on a chair, on a step platform, but actually once you do it on here, it's a much greater challenge. So if you take yours behind you so that your feet are this way towards me, and I'll show you sideways on where we're going with this one. So we're going to sit in front of the board, hands on at the back, find your balance point, which is not easy. You're going to bend the elbows to lower your backside down to the floor, and then press back up. It's only a small movement. Careful not to lock the arms out. Keep the abdominals in tight, don't push the hips forwards. Just drop down and press up. So it's only a small movement, so we can get a pretty good pace going for that minute, yeah? All it is bending the elbows and pressing back up, but we've got that extra challenge now, so as well as working the triceps, we're working again around the shoulder girdle. Are we good to go? So, 1 minute, it's your last minute. Let's go. Okay, dip and press. Beautiful. Keeping that balance, don't let it bottom out one side or the other. Excellent stuff. And keep it going, a little bit quicker. So working into the triceps, but also here, what we've got to do is keep the abdominals pulled in tight. Good. And we've got that work going on around the shoulder girdle to stop it from wobbling. And let's go, like yours was there. Did you do that just to show them? That was good, that was good timing. Just as I said wobbling, we got to wobble. Perfect. We're halfway there, come on, come on. Just think how good your triceps are going to look. You'll be wearing t-shirts all through the winter as well as the summer to show off your fabulous arms. Keep going. We've only got, seems to be 45 seconds. I must have got that wrong. I know, there's something wrong with this clock. Keep going, we've only got 10 seconds. Come on, you can do this. Last few seconds, keep going, guys. And take a quick rest there. Sit yourselves down. Well done, or just fall down. Okay, we're going to have a little cool down now. I'd advise you to do some mobilizing exercises, just like you did at the warm-up. Some little kind of mobilizing, some circles, little tilts, little rotations, nice and easy. And then we're going to move on to some stretches, some static stretches, because now you're warm, this is the best time to do that work. So we're going to look for holding those stretches for about 30 seconds. If you can't remember those basic stretches, take a quick look at the flexibility section in this series. That was a great balance board workout. I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome to your kettlebell workout. Now, kettlebells are not a new innovation. In fact, their origins date back to military training in Russia in the early 18th century. The unique design with the inverted U-shaped handle allows for swinging movements and working with momentum, which stimulates a completely different neuromuscular response than your body experiences with other resistance tools. Training with a kettlebell is founded on multi-joint movement through different planes, so this creates a truly functional routine. This workout's also a time-efficient way to improve your cardiorespiratory fitness, your strength, and your endurance. And in addition, you can expect to improve your core strength, balance, posture, and coordination. Now, that's what I call value-added training. Now, since kettlebells come in many different weights and there's such a wide spectrum of exercises you can perform with them, a kettlebell is the perfect addition to anyone's fitness armoury, as it can be used to increase your functional strength and so make it easier to perform daily tasks, such as getting up off the sofa and putting your shopping in the boot of the car. Clearly, just about everyone can benefit from adding some form of kettlebell exercise to their regime. Now, technique is vitally important here, even more so than with other resistance tools, as you have to work hard to control the momentum. Now, it's strongly recommended that you start with a really lightweight and only a small range of movement. And then you can increase both as you become comfortable with such. And remember, it's important, you'll remember from our lecture on muscles, it is vital to observe that progressive overload maxim. If you want to avoid hitting a plateau, you do need to keep increasing the weight as you get a little stronger. Now, as with any workout, you need to ensure you have a good warm-up first. Make sure you're thoroughly warmed up before you begin. As you can see the guys are doing now, some shoulder rolls, some knee lifts, but particularly be aware of exercises that mobilize the lower spine, because that's where we're going to be focusing, doing a lot of our work. And because of that, it's worth a mention that if you're carrying a lower back injury, this probably isn't the ideal workout for you. Now, our target for all of the exercises is 12 repetitions, and obviously on each side where necessary. So assuming you've had your 5-minute warm-up, and if you've not, press pause and do so now, then we can begin. Let's take our weights, guys. And remember that we're going to start with an exercise that uses your whole body. And the guys are going to start with a slightly heavier weight, but there may be on some of the trickier exercises a point where they'll need to change. So you might need to have a little selection so you can choose the appropriate weight for each exercise. Now, our first exercise, the alternate swing, we're going to start nice and easy by dropping the weight down. The knees are slightly bent, the abdominals are in really tight. Now, just let it take a little swing for a second to get that feeling. It's an odd movement. You might want the other hand out for balance. Now, what we're doing here is pressing through the heels. There's work through the hamstrings at the back, there's work through the glutes, work through the thighs, keeping the abdominals in tight. We're going to let the weight swing up. Let it swing up to about shoulder level, face level, and then grab a hold of it with the other hand. It's not as tricky as it sounds. So let's drop it down, take a swing up, we'll swap it over to the other side, and up it goes. Now let it swing naturally. Okay, and away we go. Now we're looking for, we said 12 reps, but obviously you're swapping sides here. So I'm looking for 24 reps, and I'm going to trust you to count those 24 reps. Now the work here is, keep going for me, whole body. This is the great thing about it and why it's such a time-efficient workout. You can see that we're working through, this bend in the knee is bringing about some contraction in the thighs here, front and back, quadriceps and hamstrings. We're working through the glutes. We work the whole of what's called the posterior chain to control that momentum. As we said, we don't get that with other resistance tools. We've really got to work through the muscles in the glutes, in the lower back. We're also working into the rotator cuff to stop it pulling us forwards. And those rotator cuff muscles are around the shoulder blades. Yeah? Controlling that momentum. We're also working into the shoulder on the lift. So really getting total body. We're keeping the abdominals in tight and trying at all times to keep just a little gentle curve in the lower spine. How are we doing? Is that 24 yet? Must be getting close. I would love to do them with you, obviously. I'll join you for the last couple. Fabulous. And you may start to feel as you're doing this, your heart rate increasing a little bit. Is that, I'm really not counting. Please tell me we've got to 12 on each side by now. And gently take a rest. And I'd advise you to put them down in between sets. Give yourself a little rotation through the spine or a little side to side. A few shoulder circles. Give yourself that little posture break in between exercises. We're going to move on now to the single leg deadlift, and this is great for really getting into the glutes, hamstrings on this exercise. So this is what we're going to do. Be careful how you pick up your weights. Make sure you bend your knees first. Pick it up. We're taking it in both hands. You're going to take your feet together. The important thing on this exercise, keep your hips, chest, shoulders square to the front facing me, because what we're going to do is hinge from the hip. So stay long in that position you're in now with your shoulders back and down. You're going to let the leg lift behind. Let's take your left leg first, behind, and let yourself drop the weight down, but don't let it pull your shoulders down. Just until we feel as far as it's comfortable getting that little stretch through the hamstring, and then start to contract and pull that back up. We'll stay on the same leg for 12 repetitions before we change to the other leg. So let's go nice and slowly. Abdominals are in tight, shoulders are back. Away you go, guys. I want 12 repetitions, please. Nice and smooth. Good. Now make sure you're keeping your hips, chest, shoulders square to the ground. Don't be letting that hip rotate up. Let's go. Keep it going at your own pace, nice and comfortable. If you lose your balance, you can always reset yourself. Now we're looking for that front leg to be straight. Yeah, your right leg is straight but not locked out at the knee. Yeah, but it's straight. What we're doing here is working through your dynamic range of motion through those hamstrings as well. Fabulous. Keep it going. Abdominals tight. There's a nice long line through your spine from the top of the head to your tailbone down to your heel. There's that nice long line through the body. Maybe a slight bend, but only a very slight bend on that knee if you need to for balance. Yeah? Working to your full, comfortable range of motion. And clearly you can see how this is a functional exercise. Picking stuff up off the floor every day, something that we do. Excellent. Now this is really challenging you to keep your abdominals pulled in tight. Otherwise what happens, as you start to hinge down, the belly pulls, yeah? So you've got to really pull in tight, draw your tummy button in tight. Make sure you're still breathing. Is that 12 repetitions yet, guys? If it is, we'll swap over to the other leg. Okay, so 12 on each side, it needs to be balanced. Now be aware, you may feel slightly different from one side to the other. If you've had any history of injury, or if you particularly did one sport that was one side dominant, you might find that one side, the balance isn't as good, the strength isn't as good, the flexibility isn't as good. So that's important when you're doing your workout as we swap from side to side to make sure that we balance those things out. So concentrate on what you're doing. Slow is better. Yeah, there may be a slight bend on that front knee just for your balance, but ideally we keep it almost straight. We're making sure that this hip stays twisted down towards the ground, abdominals are in tight, and you're hinging from the hip. You're not rounding the spine. So make sure we know that difference between this and this. Yeah, make sure we're hinging from the hip. Yeah, it's all about there. That's what the guys are doing. So you let your top of your head drop towards the screen while you're doing this exercise. Fabulous. Should be really feeling this in that standing leg, particularly in the hamstring in the back of the thigh, but then also into the glutes at the back. Okay? Fabulous exercise. Okay, we're going to change things around slightly now. So I'm going to ask you now to pick up the kettlebell, tuck the thumbs through the holes so you've got a hold of it now. Slightly different exercise. Okay, take the feet about hip width apart. Now they're going to stay hip width apart when you take one leg back. Really going to get into the legs and into the waist here. What I'm going to ask you to do is step your left leg back, put it on the ball of the foot, drop the knee down to the ground, and at the same time, rotate the kettlebell to that side. And we're going to stay on the same leg for your 12 repetitions before we swap over. Okay, are we set? Step your left leg back, drop, rotate, and up, down, twist. Beautiful. It's all one movement. Let's go. Abdominals in tight, head lifted all the time. Fabulous. Down and twist. Beautiful. So you see how we're really getting some work now into the legs, working into the quadriceps at the front of the thigh, hamstrings at the back, into the glutes, working those big muscle groups. And the great thing about that, the more muscle groups you include, the greater the calorie burn will be. At the same time, you can see there's some work going on here in Frank's arms and shoulders, holding that kettlebell in position, but also look at that rotation, and that's being brought about by those oblique muscles working through the waist. Also, what we need to be aware of is keeping good posture. So the abdominals are pulled in all the time, so we're really working through those deeper core muscles, which again can only help to protect the lower back if they're a little bit stronger. We're looking for 12 repetitions before we change legs. Looks like we're done. Other leg, let's go. Looking good, guys. Remember, I might not be doing it, but I feel your pain. Looking good. Step back and twist. Good. Now, be careful of balance on this. We need to make sure that when you step back, you're keeping your feet about that hip width apart. Beautiful. See how we're getting some work into the waist there? Fabulous. With that twist on the kettlebell. Fabulous. Nice and low into that lunge. Low is better. Get your money's worth. I feel guilty. I really should join you for a couple of repetitions. And again, because we're working such large muscle groups, what you'll find is your heart rate may start to go up, because what you've got to do is make sure the heart's pumping enough blood around to get to all those muscles. Yeah? So you may feel that you're getting a cardio effect from this, even though we might be going quite slowly. Yeah? Done? We'll take a quick rest. In between each, give your shoulders a little rest. Don't forget to have that little rotation through the spine. You're doing a lot of work through those core muscles in the lower back particularly, so let's make sure you get that little posture break in between each one. Okay, we're moving on now to a one-handed plie lift. Now we start to drift into, we've talked about before, plyometric exercises. We're going to drift into plyometrics slightly here. So for the plie, we're going to take the feet nice and wide, the knees and the toes are pointing out. Yeah? That kind of position. One hand out, let's take a hold of it. Left hand to start with. Abdominals are in tight, and again, be careful to make sure you're hinging from the hip, not bending from the back. Yeah? Nice long spine. Okay? Now, there's a little bit of a trick on this one, because what we're going to do here is as we lift it up, Yeah, we're going to turn onto the back like so. Okay, so there's a little rotation. Now it'll work a lot easier than that looks. So it rests on the back of the wrist. That's the movement we're looking for. Okay, what we're also going to do from there is then press up to the top without locking out the arm. But can we do all of that in one movement and add a jump? He says. So just to show you what it'll look like, we'll pick it up and press, then just open the legs back out nice and wide, and away we go again. Hup and press. Good. Now this one is going to put a lot of stress through the core muscles. They've really got to work. So this is where you might want to drop down to a slightly lower weight, or at least start, and then you might need to switch. Let's go. Hup. Press. Keep it going. Keep it going. 12 repetitions, please. Beautiful. And away we go. So now, hopefully, as I'm panting already, you'll start to notice you get a bit of a cardio effect now, because we're working big muscle groups. And this is something we talked about at the top. We're working your whole body. That's the great thing about this. Why it's so time efficient. You're working so many muscles in one go, but what you're also doing then is creating a much greater calorie burn at the same time. So just half an hour of this is all you need. How have we done? Is that 12 repetitions? I hope you're counting. Take a quick rest and then swap it over to the other side. Nice and wide with the plie. Feet wide, knees and toes pointing out. Let's go. Drop it down, pick it up, and it's all one movement. A plyometric is an explosive exercise, yeah? So make sure we get a little bit of a jump here and push. Yeah, so you've got to work quite niftily on that hand to make sure you roll it around and then press it up. Beautiful. And as you can see, we're going into here, a little bit of work for the shoulder, on that shoulder press. Beautiful. Some real work on the abdominals, pulling in tight. At all times, we've got to protect the lower spine. What we're doing here is basically challenging this movement. You wouldn't get this kind of stress in your normal day-to-day activities, but that's the point. If we can train our bodies, particularly the muscles in the core, to protect the lower back in a movement like this, then when it comes to your day-to-day activities, put them down, have a quick rest, guys, well done, then you'll find that it's a little bit easier to do those exercises. Okay, so we're going to head for the floor now, and a little prone row exercise. Again, the challenge here is your core strength, protecting your lower back. You'll remember that from the earlier lecture in this series. What we need to do is get ourselves in a position where we've got neutral spine. Now, neutral spine we've talked about before. It's another phrase for that is a comfortable spine, your natural alignment. So I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So we're going to go down, guys, for the prone row. So you're going to be essentially in a press-up position, yeah, is where you're going to be. Let's put the kettlebell under your left hand. So to make things slightly easier, you can have the feet hip width apart, yeah? If you're feeling strong, you can have them together, if not slightly apart. If you're new to this exercise, I'd have your knees down on the floor, but if you are going to do that, I want them slightly further back. So you're not in an all fours position, but the feet are further back there, so you can still rest on the knees. Now, the important point about this is your abdominals are in tight, and you've got to find your neutral spine position. So we don't want to be too dropped down. We don't want the backside in the air. So if you just have a little move around there, you'll find the position that's about right. And that works if you're on your knees as well. You've got to find that position that feels about right for your lower spine, where's comfortable, and then lock it on by keeping your abdominals in tight. Okay, so the challenge with this exercise, can we keep everything else still and then just lift it up to the shoulder and back down? Don't twist, stay locked in the center, lift it up, back down. Can we get 12 of those, please? Let's go. Fabulous. So see how the challenge here is what's trying to happen is gravity is trying to pull your hips down. Yeah? So this is not just a case of the row, although the row is clearly working into the biceps, working into the rear shoulder, working into the upper back. Actually, that's only half the challenge. It's really what's going on in the middle. The glutes are working, the hamstrings are working, pulling in the abdominals, this transversus muscle that runs across the center there. The obliques are pulling in. Everything's pulling in to try and keep the center locked still. Yeah? Now, if you do start to lose that position, I'd advise you to put your knees down. Take a quick rest if you've done one set. You're making this look way too easy. And onto the other side. Into the full press-up position or on the knees, whichever. Find your neutral spine first. Find your comfortable spine position. And away we go. Lift up. Fabulous. Excellent. So So we're keeping that natural little curve in the lower spine, the lumbar curve there. Yeah? Making sure the backside's not sticking up in the air. Make sure you keep your breathing constant, keep your chest, hips, shoulders square to the floor. Abdominals are in tight. And again, you should be able to feel this all over the body. Yeah? Real value-added training. You should feel the whole body working on each of these exercises. Yeah? Don't let the body twist. How are we doing? Is that 12 yet? We've done 3. Ooh. And take a quick rest there. Okay, give yourself a little stretch, a little mobilization. We can have a little lift of the arms, whatever you feel comfortable with. Just have that little posture break and particularly do something through the lower spine. Okay, we've only got 2 exercises to go, but I've got to say, this next one is fairly tough, yeah? A fairly tough exercise. So the Turkish stand-up, you might already go for the lighter weight on this one. So the Turkish stand-up is just that. All you're going to do is stand up and then get back down again. Now, because this is a tough exercise, I've said 12 of everything. Actually, this is just 12 total. I just want you to do 6 on either side. So the challenge is, don't do anything yet, guys, just take a quick rest. You've earned your rest. What I'm going to ask you to do is lie down and hold the kettlebell directly above the center of your chest. The challenge is, can I keep it up there, while I stand up without using the other hand? He says. And then can I get back down again? Again, ideally, without using this hand, but don't let it go anywhere other than there. Now, if you get to this point and get stuck, then use that free hand to help you up. Now, to make this work, your whole body's working, but particularly, this is where you really need to work hard for your core muscles. And you'll remember when we talked in the lecture about the lower spine and we looked at the core muscles, one thing we said was this is absolutely vital to transfer strength from the lower to the upper body, to integrate your strength. You've got to be strong in the center, and this really puts that to the test. Okay, so we're gonna do 6 on the left hand and then 6 on the right hand. So, down we go. Fabulous. Up in the air, legs are straight. Whenever you're ready, pull one leg back, and up we go. Up, up, up. If you need to use the hand, that's good. And then back down again. Beautiful. If you need to use the hand, that's okay. You don't need to use the hand. And up, abdominals are in tight. And trust me, this is one, if you're doing this with us at home, which you should be, you won't need me to tell you this is working your whole body. Up you get. Good. Fabulous. Great work. Fabulous exercise. And again, because we're using lots of muscles, you'll start to get a bit more of a cardio effect because the heart's got to work a little harder to get the blood around. But again, also, we're starting to use more calories. Yeah? So don't be fooled into thinking that the only way to burn calories is to do cardio. This kind of resistance work will really work if you're... Have we done 6? Take a quick rest and then swap over to the other hand. Fabulous. And be aware, like we said earlier, that you might have differences from one side to the other. This time, make sure you swap to the other leg, so you should be pulling the other leg back first this time. Let's go. Use the hand if you need to. Of course you don't need to. And down we go. Great work. Abdominals in tight, making sure we're keeping that dumbbell lifted, lifted, lifted all the time. Good. Abs in tight. Under control. Don't let gravity throw you back down to the floor. That's what we're working against. Up, up, up. Keep it up. Slowly on the way down. Be under control. Fabulous. How are you doing at home? I hope you're still with us. Up. I mean, it's not that tough. All you've got to do is stand up, surely. And back down. How many more have we got? Is there 2 more? And up. Good. Lift it up, lift it up, lift it up, lift it up. Fabulous. Just 1 more. Abdominals in tight. You might need that other hand out for balance. Is this it? Last one? Up, up, up. Okay, so that's a pretty tough exercise, Turkish stand-up. So just take a couple of moments here, maybe a little longer than the other breaks you've had, to have that little posture break, to work through your lower spine. A good little exercise you can do there is to rest on, hands on the knees, and to pull the lower back up to the ceiling and down. Just hunch up and then let it release down. Don't press down too low, but it's just a great exercise to release through the lower back. And it's important to have those little stretches in between each exercise, particularly something as tough as that Turkish stand-up. So we've got 1 more exercise before we get down on the floor. So this exercise is the single shoulder press, but slightly different than you might have done a shoulder press normally. because what we're going to do here is actually, well, sort of cheat a little bit, but what that will do is allow us to lift a little bit more weight and to use the whole body. So careful how you pick up your kettlebell, bend the knees please, and we're going to turn this around now, remember resting it on the back of the wrist, yeah? Okay, so the beauty of this exercise, you might need the other hand out for balance, is we're going to use the legs with a slight squat and then press. Now, we're making sure that the elbow is slightly bent, we don't lock out, and the abdominals are in tight. Back down it comes, and up we go. I'm after 12 repetitions, please. So this hand you can have on the hip or out for balance, and we're looking for those 12 repetitions, really working into the shoulder. Keep going, please, keep counting. Abdominals are in tight. Now, as you take that very small, it's only a small squat there, yeah? And we're really getting into the shoulders. So it's keeping the head tall, chin in, abdominals tight. Beautiful. And again, working through your whole body. See how we're linking. And remember, we talked about your core strength helps you to transfer that weight. And look at it here. We're working through the legs, through that core, and then through the upper body as well. Really working into that shoulder. But also what's great, swapping it over. Fabulous. Whenever you're ready. You weren't taking a rest then. But then also what you'll find is because of this elbow extension, we're really working into the triceps as well, often a problem area. So that's great to get into the triceps as well as the shoulder. But don't be fooled. It looks like the work's going on here in the shoulder, or maybe you can see a little bit of work going on here. But as with all of these exercises, kettlebell exercises, you're really working in the middle, in the core. And remember, our definition of core strength is having the strength here to be able to maximize the strength out here, yeah? That's what it's about. Having a strong core will enable you to perform better through your legs and through your arms. Fabulous. And we'll lose that one. So we're going to move on now down to the floor to really get into our very last exercise, getting into the abdominals, particularly into the waist. Let's work on the hourglass figure. So you need to get yourself sitting down for this one. Really getting into the abs now, particularly into the waist, Russian twist. Really going to work on those core muscles again, which can only help to strengthen the lower back. So you're going to take your feet about hip width apart. Nice and easy, pick it up. It's just in front of the chest. All I'm going to ask you to do on this one is to rotate side to side, drop it down and across to the other side. So if we're looking for 12, it'll be 12 each side, so that's 24 altogether, please, or whatever. 12 each side, just make sure we get those repetitions. And keep going, please. Make sure your abdominals are in tight. Make sure you've got a nice long line from the top of your head down to your tailbone. You're sitting tall and then hinging backwards, but not rounding. Remember that difference, this hip hinge there, so that we keep the abdominals in tight and keep the natural curve in the lower spine. And what's bringing this about is that work through the obliques, the muscles at the waist that are really beginning to twist you from side to side, yeah? Fabulous. Try not to hold your breath. But again, there's a real challenge here on keeping the transversus across the middle pulled in really tight. Abdominals are pulled in really tight. Well done, well done. If you want to lose that kettlebell to the side. And what we're going to do now is slip into a little bit of a cool down. So I would advise you to particularly look at the lower back. So some simple exercises. So should we just drop ourselves down onto the back and pull your knees into your chest for me. So a great exercise is just to pull the knees into the chest to start with. And you can maybe rock forwards and backwards slightly on the mat. Get a little massage for the lower spine. And then also what I do from there is then take the legs down to one side and take your arms across to the other. Beautiful. And hold that position. So your stretches you're going to hold there for about 30 seconds, 15 to 30 seconds. And then we'll swap it over to the other side. Also a little child's pose that you'll know from yoga. So a few little stretches for your lower back. Then also don't forget the stretches. You've done a lot of work for your quads, for your hamstrings, for your glutes. So those lower body stretches, remember they're all on the flexibility DVD as well. So there's your kettlebell workout. Well done. Welcome to our plyometric workout. Now, also known as jump training, plyometrics involve stretching the muscles prior to contracting them. This type of training, when used safely and effectively, strengthens muscles and decreases impact forces on the joints. Plyometrics mimic the motions used in sports such as skiing, tennis, and also volleyball. If you enjoy dodging moguls or chasing down ground strokes or charging the net, plyometrics might be an appropriate training option, as these exercises are designed to increase muscular power and also your explosiveness. However, because this type of training is so intensive, it results in a considerable calorie expenditure, so it's really valuable in weight management and not purely for the elite sports person. Now, the Eastern Europeans first used plyometrics in the early 70s to develop greater strength and power in their Olympic athletes. They based their programs on scientific evidence that stretching a muscle prior to contracting it recruits the stretch reflex of the muscle to enhance the power of the second jump. And you may remember us talking about the stretch reflex in our flexibility lecture. This pre-stretching of the muscles occurs when you perform jumps one after the other. For example, when you land from a jump, what will happen is the quadricep muscle at the front of the thigh will begin to stretch as the knee bends, and then it'll quickly contract into the next leap. And it's this pre-stretch that enhances the power of that second jump. Now, plyometrics is a very beneficial training practice for those trying to increase their explosiveness. But it isn't something you really want to do every workout. It's quite intense, so your body's going to need some time to recover. But having said that, if you incorporate this perhaps one day a week into your training regime, it'll add variety and also give an intensity boost that'll improve the effects of your routine. Now, a safe and effective plyometric program stresses quality, not quantity of jumps. So safe landing, and I'll keep reminding you of this, safe landing techniques such as landing from your toe down to your heel from a vertical jump and using the entire foot as a rocker to dissipate the landing force over a greatest surface area is a really important technique, because we want to reduce those impact forces. So I'll remind you of that as we go along. But also using visualization techniques. Try to imagine yourself landing as light as a feather, and then think of recoiling like a spring after the impact to promote a low impact landing in that next jump. Also, when you're landing, try to avoid excessive side to side movement, even when we're actually performing lateral movements. Landing forces can be absorbed through the knee musculature, which is the quadriceps at the front, the hamstrings at the back, the gastrocnemius just below. Now, these work more effectively when the knee's bending primarily in the one plane of motion it's designed to bend, being a hinge joint. In addition to jumping-based drills used to develop power in the legs, we can also use these explosive exercises to target the upper body. So we'll have a look at that as well in this routine you're about to do with me. Now, since correct execution of these exercises requires and therefore promotes good core strength, our plyometric workout gives you a good 2 for the price of 1 deal. So what I'm offering you here is a modified version of some rather advanced sports training techniques. So it's vital to understand the what, when, where, and why associated with it. So for that reason, here are a few important guidelines. Unlike traditional toning exercises, body sculpting exercises, the focus there will be on slow, controlled, isolated movements. Not so in plyometrics. Really, we focus on being explosive, full body movements that are great for burning huge amounts of calories, as well as toning the major muscle groups in the body, and also helping to improve that core strength. You have a choice. Today, what I'm going to ask you to do is 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off. If you're beginning, you might want to do 12 repetitions and then your 30 seconds rest. See how we go. We're going to do 2 sets of every exercise, but I'll tell you a little more about that when we get started. Now, remember, they're explosive movements, but they end in cushioned landings. So therefore, you've got to concentrate on the whole exercise, not just the pushing off phase, but also particularly the recoil. Always, like the guys are doing now, you need to warm up first. Some gentle movements to mobilize the joints, to get your body temperature up a little bit. That's what we're doing here. Marching on the spot, building up to a jog, knee lifting, toe pointing, all these kind of rotational movements, arm circles will all begin to work. Think about your footwear on this one. Suitable footwear with good cushioning and a little bit of lateral support would be ideal. And remember, the focus is on quality, not quantity. So stop if you feel your form beginning to falter, yeah? And again, once more to remind, concentrate on soft landings by flexing your joints. As a rule of thumb here, the quieter you land, the better your technique and the better your results will be. So ensure you're well hydrated before and during the workout, and we're going to get started. So I'm going to show you the first exercise. You ready, guys? We're going to take the dumbbell, so be careful how you pick it up. We're using a dumbbell here for our power squat press. You could be using a dumbbell or any kind of resistance tool, anything, a medicine ball, or if you have a couple of tins of beans, something that we can use to do this. The aim of this exercise is the squat. So we're squatting first, pressing into the heels, keep the abdominals pulled in tight. We're holding this at chest level. We're coming up, we're going to continue into a leap and lift up to the top as well, okay? So this is how we're gonna do this. We're gonna take 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off. You know, the sad thing is you're gonna have to do all the work because I'm gonna have to keep the time. I'm really sorry about that. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna ask you to do 30 seconds on and 30 seconds off. He says resetting his clock. So the first set, you can take it nice and easy and just get used to the technique. So are we ready? 30 seconds and away we go. Down and press, down and press, down and press. Get into a nice easy rhythm to start with. Keep going for me, please. So remember the important points. We're trying to land softly. We're doing well, guys. Keep going, halfway through. Beautiful. We're reaching up, keeping your abdominals in tight. Heels are down. We're rolling from toe to heel on that landing. We've only got 5 more seconds. Brilliant work. And we're going to take a very quick rest there. Well done, well done. How did you do? Now, hopefully, you've perfected the technique. So what we're going to do for our second set is to turn up the pace. So get yourselves ready, get a few deep breaths. Hopefully you can begin to feel we're working lots of muscle groups in this exercise, and that's great, because that's where the calorie burn comes from. Okay, so get yourselves ready. The feet are about hip width apart. 10 more seconds, take some deep breaths. Hold your resistance tool, whatever you've got there, at chest level. I'm going to challenge you this time to squat a bit deeper, jump a bit higher, and go a lot faster. Are we ready? Let's go, guys. Up, push, up, push. Come on, let's get into a little bit of a quicker rhythm now. Get a nice deep squat and push it up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Keep going, keep going. Landing quietly. Deep squat. Reach. Come on, let's go, let's go. Work at your pace, but keep it going. Remember, never sacrifice technique. We've got 10 seconds left. We're doing well, we're doing well. Keep it going, keep it going. Quiet landings. See how we're bending through the knees, hips, ankles to soften those landings, and take a quick rest. We can put that dumbbell on the outside, get some deep breaths. Have a little walk around, keep your feet moving. I'll show you our next exercise. We've got another 20 seconds rest. You're doing really well. So our next exercise, this is what we're doing. 1 foot away from the step, so you've got a little bit of distance. We're doing a little depth jump here. So we're going to squat, jump onto the board and off. Now, be careful. Maybe in the first set, we jump on and just get used to stepping back down. Yeah? Just get used to stepping back down. The second set, I want you jumping on and off. And the secret here is quiet landings going up and quiet landings going down. So let's get ready, reset the clock. Are we ready? 30 seconds. Let's go, guys. Hup. And you can walk down if you want on the first set. Just get used to jumping up onto the step. Now the feeling is landing up and on. Don't jump forwards. We're after some height. Some height. Let's go. Hand up. Good. Beautiful. Hand up. Squat first and up. Beautiful. You've got 10 seconds. Squat and up. Get some deep breaths. Make sure you land with the whole of the foot on the board. Remember, we're landing toe down to heel, bending straight into the squat to keep it soft, and a quick rest there. Well done, well done. Get a deep breath. So for our second set, this is what we're going to do. Take a quick rest. We're going on and jump off. On, be careful on the jump off. We've really got to make sure you land straight into your squat. So ideally, no noise at all. Okay? Are we set? Come on, guys, get ready. Take a deep breath. We can do this. Think of all the calories we're burning. Let's go. Up. Just 30 seconds. Jump up, jump down. Squat, squat, squat. It's all about height. This is jump training. Jump. Good. Get up there. Get up there. Let's make those landings quiet. See how we're bending straight into the knees, into the ankle, into the hip, and at all times, working through the core muscles, keeping the abs tight. We've only got 5 more seconds, team. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. And take a little rest there. Well done, well done. Great work. Get a deep breath. Keep yourself moving. If you need a sip of water, now's a good time. We're going to change. We're moving on to a power lunge. A power lunge. I'm going to put one foot on the board, one foot off. The foot that's off, I want really on the ball of the foot. Now, I'm not shuffling. We're not shuffling side to side. Remember, what we're doing is jump training. So, we talked about the muscle shortening first. That will only happen if we lunge down first of all. So we go down and then change. Down and then change. It's about height. Up. Use your arms, yeah? Again, quiet landings, but let's get on the ball of the foot at the back. Let's get a little down first, then up, straight back, down, swapping over the legs in between. You can use your first set just to get comfortable with the technique. Okay, pick a foot, any foot you like. Just put one on the board, one behind on the ball of your foot. Squat down and get ready for your 30 seconds. Here we go. Hand up. Good. Make sure you're getting some good height and landing quietly. Up, up. Good. Up. We're looking for height. Down into that lunge. Look how we go straight back down into the lunge. Work at your own pace. Work at your own pace. Get to a good rhythm. We've got 10 seconds. Come on, team. Hand up. Hand up. Get the whole of your foot on the board. Landing quietly. Try not to look down too much. And take a little rest there. You've got 30 seconds. Get a deep breath. Get ready to do some work. How are we doing? Give me a thumbs up. Are we okay? Brilliant. Doing well, guys. Doing well. Okay. 10 more seconds. Get a deep breath and get ready for your second set. This is when we do some work. Okay, 5 seconds. Let's get a foot on the board. Get yourself ready. How high can we jump? Challenge yourselves. We're going to do the whole 30 seconds now. Here we go, team. Up. Come on, let's go. Jump. Jump. Good. Can we get some height, please? Height. Up. Come on. Can we jump a little bit higher? Can we go a little bit faster? Come on. Come on. Good. Use the arms. Throw yourself up in the air. You've only got 10 seconds to go. Come on. Up. Can we feel those muscles in the legs doing some work? Come on. Come on. 5. We can do this. Come on. And take a little rest there. Whoa. Take a walk around. Get a deep breath. Can I just say, we're not faking this. This is not meant to be easy. The next exercise, you stay where you are. I'm just going to show you how this exercise works. Keep yourselves moving on the spot, guys. We're going to move laterally now, so I'm going to turn this around for you, just so that you can see what exercise I'm doing. So, a lateral jump, trying to catch his breath. It's simply going over the step. Now, I'm going to give you options. In the first set, you could just step over the board to begin with. Maybe we can progress that a little bit. Take a step, but hold it for a second, maybe a bounce before you come back, yeah? But what we're going to try to build that up to is a full over, 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 without a rest in between each. Okay, so maybe just hop first of all, get used to that lateral technique, getting up and over the board. Okay, are we set? 30 seconds, team. Let's go. So you've got the option to start easy, going over. Just a little hop. Or maybe we can take it a little bit further, jump with both feet, but take a little hop before you come back. Yeah? A little hop before you come back. Beautiful. That's 15, you're halfway there. Make sure you're clearing that step, lifting up, and we're trying to control that lateral movement, yeah? And that comes by sinking down, setting yourself, a little bit of skill-related fitness here, and take a little rest there. Deep breath, get some air in. Keep your feet moving. If you need a sip of water, now's a good time. Get ready for your second set. And remember, for this second set, we're going to do some work. Can we feel anything in the legs? Yes, I'm going to take that as a yes. I'm sure you can feel something in the legs. Okay, are we ready? So this time, if we can, we're going to try and jump straight over and straight back. If you need to have a hop before you come back, that's okay. Are we ready? Let's go, team. Hop. If you can, come straight back. If not, take a little hop first. But if you can, let's go straight over, straight back. Come on, let's go, team. Good. Both feet together, both feet, good. There you go, there you go. Come on, we're halfway through, team. Yes, come on. If you need to take a breather, that's okay. Technique, remember, it's quality, not quantity. Beautiful, excellent. Oh, I saw that one, lovely. See how we've lowered the level there? Sarah took it down a little bit to get the rest because it's about good quality. Last few seconds. Nice one, pumping it up. And take a little rest there. Well done, well done, well done. Get a walk. Keep your feet moving, don't stop still. Remember, in our cardiovascular lecture, we talked about blood pooling, so keep yourself on the move, get some deep breaths, and get ready to go. We're on our lateral power lunge. Now, the difference here, we're still going side to side on the step, but what I want to do this time is to keep one foot on the step, yeah? So we're essentially going side to side, but again, like the power lunge, it's not a shuffle. We're not shuffling side to side. That's not the aim of this exercise. The aim of the exercise, remember we talked about muscle shortening. So we stretch the muscles first and then they contract. So it's about height and it's about landing straight into, and this time, even though it's a lunge, you're landing flat foot, yeah? So you're landing down, toe to heel so the foot's flat. Toe to heel so the foot's flat. Get a really good squat down, keep the abs in tight. So, first set, get the feel of the exercise. Let's get one foot on the board, get ready to go over and back, but even though you're traveling laterally, think about some height. 30 seconds, let's go. Hop, hop. You know the secrets now. We're bending the knee to preload the muscles, and we're also landing quietly. Hop. Use the arms to take you up. Beautiful. Look at that lovely squat there at each side. Beautiful. Loading up the muscles, using that elasticity in them to give you the power. We've got 5 seconds, guys, for that second jump. Fabulous. Last couple. And you can take a rest there. Get a deep breath. Keep your feet moving. Are we ready for that second set? Because now we're going to do some work. Keep the feet moving. Hopefully you can feel this is doing some work, particularly hips and thighs. You'll be pleased to know this is the last one you're doing for your legs. Whew. Are we set? Okay, let's get ourselves loaded. So, remember the tips here. Land quietly by bending straight into your hips, knees, and ankles. As soon as you land, we want a nice cushioned, quiet landing. That's what we're after. Nice cushioned, quiet landing, going straight back down into your lunge. Remember, the quieter it is, the safer it is, because that's the less amount of impact you're taking through the hips, knees, and ankles. Okay, so are we set? 30 seconds, team. Let's go. Come on, give me some height. Give me some height. Hop, 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 hop. Come on, up the pace. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. We're halfway through. Good, good. Hop, give me some height. Give me some height. Up we go. Up we go. You're on your last 10. Come on, team. We can do this. Up we go. Looking good. Are we feeling this in the heart? Are we feeling this in the lungs? Are we feeling this in the legs? I'll take that one as a yes. And take a rest there. You can have a walk round. Did you feel that at home? Remember when we talked about our cardiovascular system, how the heart has to work? When we talked about our energy systems, talked about the lactate system. I think you might be feeling that a little bit in the legs now. I'm going to show you the next exercise. We're moving on to, as I said right at the top, that we can also use this technique for upper body work. So let's have a little look at a power push-up. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to set it up first of all. Hands on the board for my push-up. Normal push-up, keep the abdominals in tight. Down to the board, but on the push, I want the hands to come away. If you start to get tired, the knees can go down. Yeah, but the secret is to get your hands off the board on that push-up, yeah? So, first set, nice easy pace. Let's go, team. Nice and easy pace to begin with. Okay, so, are we set? And away we go. Down and press. And we just need that little bit of distance, just as the hands leave the step, just for a second. Same rules apply though. As soon as we land, we bend into the elbow, we bend through the shoulder, go straight back down into the next repetition. That's halfway, keep it going. I will warn you, this is a little bit tougher than the legs if you thought that was hard. Let's go. 5 seconds, guys. Come on, we can do this. You can do this. And take a rest there, well done, a well-earned rest. You've got 30 seconds before your second set. Take a deep breath. If you need some water, now's a good time. Whew. Hopefully you're feeling this a little bit. You'll be pleased to know this is your last exercise in the routine. Although we've not quite finished the work yet, so don't panic. Okay, are we set? Let's get ourselves in position. Get ready for that press up. You've got 30 more seconds. And here we go. And press. Up. Beautiful. Come on, just 30 seconds. You can do this. Working through the chest, working through the front of the shoulders, working into those triceps at the back of the arm. Come on, let's go. Hopefully also working your heart and lungs. Let's go. We need 15 more. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. If you need a quick breather, take a quick breather and then get started. Work to your own level. Come on. Although in time, you'll be doing more than 30 seconds, trust me. Come on, last couple of repetitions. And take a rest there. Just get yourselves up, keep yourselves walking about, please. Come on, up we get, up we get, up we get. Have a little walk around, keep your feet moving. Fabulous. Now, there is a possibility that this being the first time that you've tried this kind of workout, that maybe you needed to work on the technique a little bit. And so perhaps you weren't working as hard as you could. So I just want to be sure that we've driven home the technique for each exercise. So what about we do one more set of everything? I hope I'm not pushing our relationship too far, but I'm only going to ask you for 15 seconds. What's 15? What can you do in 15 seconds? Not an awful lot. 15 seconds on each exercise, but here's the deal. 15 seconds full out. Yeah? Put your hand on your heart and tell me you're going to do 15 seconds full out. That's all I'm asking you, and then we'll have a stretch and cool down. We can do this. So, our first exercise, remember, was the squat and press. Let's grab those dumbbells, please. The squat and press, remember, was squat and press, squat and press. 15 seconds is all I'm going to ask you for. So get your tins of beans, medicine ball, dumbbell, whatever it is. If you've got a small dog, no, don't do that. Are we set? 15 seconds. Let's go. Come on, up. Come on now, let's get some work. It's only 15 seconds. That's no time at all. Come on, give me a good squat and leap. Quiet landings, particularly when you're getting tired. Come on, we only need 4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Take a quick rest, well done, well done. Let's lose that dumbbell on the outside. Squat jumps, we're next. Remember, the secret here is to squat, land on the step, land off the step, but straight into cushioning the landing. 15 seconds, are we ready? Go. Come on, up and down, hand up and down. Come on, 15 seconds. Jump onto the step, jump off the step. Jump onto the step and off the step. Come on, let's go. Few more seconds. Come on. And take a little rest there. Well done, well done. How are you doing? Take a deep breath, take a sip of water. The next exercise, just to remind you, was the power lunge. Yeah? Up and up. Up and up. That's all we're doing on the power lunge. Get yourself ready. 1 foot on the board. Take a deep breath. Remember, we're looking for height. We're looking for soft landings. We're looking to get started. Let's go. Up. Good. Up. Up. Come on, we only need 15 seconds. You can do this. This is our power lunge. You're halfway there already. Come on. Beautiful. Good work, team. Yes. Yes. And take a rest there. Well done, well done. See how easily this is? 15 seconds goes by in no time. Lateral jump. Remember, that's either hop or take a little bounce before you come back. Or, since we're only doing 15 seconds, perhaps we can go straight from one side to the other. Get yourself ready to go side to side over your board. And let's go. 15 seconds. Come on, come on. This is no time. to drop out on me now. You can do this. But remember, quality, not quantity. If you're beginning to lose your technique, take a rest. Come on, we're nearly there, guys. Last couple of seconds and rest. Beautiful. One foot is on the board, one foot's off. This is our lateral power lunge. There's only 2 more to go. Hang in, we can do this. So, 1 foot on, 1 foot off. It's about height, it's about cushioned landings. Are we ready? Let's go. Up. Come on, up. It's not side to side, this one's up and down. Come on, soft landings. How are we doing? Come on, guys, 5 seconds. Give me some height, give me some height. Yes, up, up. You'll be dunking the basketball. And take a rest there, we've only got 1 more to go. Awesome work. I hope you're feeling this. Power push-ups. It's the last exercise. We'll have a little stretch straight after. So come on. Here we go, 15 seconds. Get yourself down. Remember the aim here, your press, hands off the board, hands off the board. Think about your core muscles, keep your abdominals in tight when we're doing this. 15 seconds, come on team. Let's go. Beautiful, come on. 15 seconds, that's all I need. Come on. Last few seconds. Hang in there. And take a little rest there. Well done. Okay, up we get. A little bit of a walk. And if you guys can give me a little bit of a cool down. So we're gonna cool down. Watch what the guys are doing. Some very simple, gentle, rhythmic movements, just like we did at the beginning, yeah? A few deep breaths is a really good idea. I'm gonna talk while the guys are doing a little bit of a cool down for you. You can join in with some arm circles, same as we did at the beginning, some rotations, some knee lifts, just some very gentle movements to bring your heart rate back down, to gradually begin to bring your pulse down a little bit. And while they're doing that, I'll just talk to you about a couple of things. Plyometric training, hopefully now you'll agree, is not easy. That's why I said right at the top, this is not something we're going to do every day of the week. But you can throw this in to vary your training. It's great if you're doing any kind of sport because that explosiveness, that power is vital. These are modified sports drills we're using. But then also remember that what we're doing here is burning a lot of calories. We are burning a huge amount of calories because firstly, it's a demanding exercise, but we're using big muscle groups, compound exercises. Now remember in our muscles lecture, we talked about isolation and compound exercises. And isolation exercises is using just one muscle. But here we're using here and here and here. Everything's working together, and that's where we get that huge calorie burn, which at the end of the day, remember in our weight loss lecture, we were talking about trying to get that calorie deficit at the end of the day. So it's really effective. But also, in lecture 3 in this series, we talked about barriers to fitness. One of those barriers was time. Now, hopefully you can see these guys regularly exercising, but like you, they have time problems, time issues. We all have to work against work, kids, all sorts of pressures. The beauty of a plyometric workout, hopefully you'll agree from that little section there, is that you don't need a lot of time. It's intense, yeah? And also when we talked in our energy systems lecture about getting fit, about burning calories, we said that the way exercise works, the more you put into it, the more you get out. So if it's intense, you're going to get really good results. I hope you enjoyed your plyometric workout. Now, you may have heard of pumping iron, but today we're going to be pumping rubber. We're doing resistance band workout, which is absolutely perfect for the home environment. Now, I've got 2 tools here you can have a look at. You may have seen resistance bands, you may even have one already, without handles, which are great, although sometimes wrapping them around the hand for some of the exercises can get a little bit uncomfortable. So I prefer, and we're going to use today, the ones with handles. So nothing wrong with it, but no thanks, not today. So, first of all, important to think about the tool we're using. The great thing about resistance bands, they're variable in terms of you can get different thicknesses, so you'll get a different resistance when you're doing the exercises. They're so portable, you can take them anywhere. I actually take one whenever I go on holiday, just in case there's not a gym, and look how much space they take up. Hardly anything. You can keep them in a drawer somewhere, and like I say, they'll fit easily into your suitcase. Now, what I'm going to show you today, a whole range of exercises, so versatile. Always, as you know by now, with any of our warm-ups, with any of our exercises, it's important to warm up. Aerobic-type movements that involve large muscle groups like the guys are doing now, a little bit of rotation through your lower spine, some wrist, arm, shoulder circles, all those kind of things. Our actual workout, we're going to do today, you're going to do with me, one set of 15 repetitions. Now, if you're already exercising a little bit, you might want to take that to 2 sets of each exercise. Those of you who are more advanced might want to take that to 3 sets of each exercise. So what I'm going to do here is take a journey around the body, starting with the legs, and show you how many different exercises we can do. So, one set of 15 repetitions on every exercise. Are you ready to go? So let's first of all take the band, and be careful how you do this. Step onto the band with your feet about hip width apart. Okay, first exercise we're going to do is a squat. So you're going to bend the knees just a little bit, take the lock off the knees. We're going to take the band up, hold it by the side there, ready to go. Okay, abdominals are in tight. We're going to sit down for our squat. Press into the heels and then press up. That's all I'm going to ask you to do. Let's go, guys. 15 repetitions in your own time. Keep going. The important thing is here, make sure we're keeping your abdominals in tight so that we're not sticking the backside out too far, so that we're not getting too much of an arch in the lower spine. Keep the abdominals in tight as we come up. Keep your chest lifted and keep your head up. Now, how far do we go down? We're looking for as far as is comfortable, yeah? Some of us will have different range of motion through the knees, but importantly, we need to keep those heels down. Look how Frank's pressing into the heels there, keeping the chest lifted. And we're working against that resistance in the band as we press up. A little bit of work here for the front of the thighs, for the back of the thighs, also getting into the glutes as well. Okay, so we're moving on now. Let's again stick with the legs, but let's change this to the lunge. So if we can get your right leg forwards for this one. The left leg's back, but make sure it's slightly out to the side to help you with your balance. The feet are on tram lines rather than on a tightrope. And the same feeling, lift the band up. Okay, so get a good distance back on that leg. For our lunge, keeping your hips, chest, shoulders square to the screen, I'm going to ask you to take your knee down to the floor and then press back up again. Away we go. We're after our 15 repetitions, please. Slower is better with these exercises. I want to make sure that it's under control, okay? Beautiful. Now look here how Emma's keeping her abdominals pulled in tight. Nice long spine, nice and slowly. Dropping the knee down, and be careful not to twist the rear foot. See how it stays facing the front on the ball of the foot? If we get that twist, that's really not good for the knee. How are you doing? Make sure you're doing 15 repetitions. I'm going to trust you to count 15 repetitions. Slower is better. It's all about technique. Hopefully you're beginning to feel this now in the front of the thigh, in the back of the thigh, maybe also getting into the glutes. Keep your breathing nice and relaxed. When you've done your 15 repetitions, you're going to swap over legs. So put one foot on and be careful how you do that transition. We don't want the band suddenly springing up and pinging you. Set yourself up, the hands come up to shoulder level, remember? You've got the other foot behind this time, abs in tight. Let's go for our 15 repetitions on those lunges, please. Beautiful. Now let's use our mind in muscle here. Try to focus on the muscles that are doing the work. So try to think about the front of the thigh, the quadriceps. Think about the hamstrings at the back. Think about the glutes. At all times, we're working our core strength, keeping the abdominals pulled in tight. You're working against that resistance on the band as you lift up on that lunge. How are you doing? Keep going. Keep your breathing relaxed and constant. 15 repetitions, please. Really getting into toning those legs. Keep your head up. Make sure you've got it under control all the time. And when you're done, we're going to take the feet again, about hip width, resting the hands down by the side. So we're going to move on now. Let's really get into a target area, into the hips. Going to really get into working the side of the buttocks here. So what we're going to do is sink the knees down slightly. We're going to work onto your left leg first of all. All I'm going to ask you to do is keep your abs in tight. You might get a slight lean, but try not to lean too much. I'm lifting out to the side, working against the resistance. So let's go with your left leg first of all. Lift out to this side, working against that resistance, keeping the hands there. Beautiful. How are you doing? I'm looking for 15 repetitions on that left leg. Okay, this is our hip abduction, lifting it out to the side. Beautiful. Try not to lean too much if you can. Make sure the work is coming from we're actually working through the gluteus medius here, really getting into the smaller buttock muscle. But you'll also be feeling this a little bit down the outside of the leg. But also the great thing about this, doing these kind of exercises standing rather than lying down, is you're really getting into the supporting leg as well. Because on the other side of the hip, you've got to work to support this this whole structure to keep this balance. So actually you're getting twice as much work. Once you've done one leg, set yourself and we go over to the other side. Now again, this is only going to be possible if you're keeping your abdominals in tight, staying up tall. So you might get a slight lean like Frank's doing there, but try not to lean too much. Make sure most of that work is coming from lifting that leg out to the side. And this is what I talked about right at the top when we talked about variable resistance, because now the further you lift the leg, the more the band is stretching, the more resistance it will give you, so the harder it will be. But that's for you to work with. And again, as I said, if you find that, particularly as you start to progress and get a little stronger, as you find that it becomes a little easy, you'll need to get a thicker band then to work with. Fabulous. Just 15 repetitions, guys. And then we're going to change onto a plie. So this time, we're going to step out much wider. We're also going to point the toes out slightly and the knees out. Yeah, beautiful. We're taking the band up, get a hold of it. Okay, so for our plies, when we sit down, the knees follow the line of the toes. Now this time we're putting a little bit more work into the glutes, but also now you've just worked the hip abductors that lift the leg out to the side. We're now working into the hip adductors, into the inner thigh. Okay, I'm looking for 15 repetitions. Working into the inner thigh now. Okay. Important things here, keep the abdominals in tight. Keep going for me, guys. What I don't want is the backside sticking out when you go down. So keep the abs in tight. See how the knees are going out to follow the line of the toes. Yeah, toes are pointing slightly out, knees out, and that'll put that work into the inner thighs. Yeah? How are we doing? Looking good? Looking good. We're going to move on. They're your leg exercises. We're moving on to the back. Now, for this one, what we need to do is have a little bit of slack in the middle. So we're stepping down nearer to the handles on this one. Yeah? The abs are in really tight, the knees are bent. You're going to lean forwards. So for this, I really need you to get a nice long position, but your abs are in tight, your hips are fixed, because we're going to row backwards, lifting those elbows up to the ceiling. Let's go, team. Elbows to the ceiling. Look how your position doesn't change. Don't raise up with it. Stay bent over. It's a bent over row, so those elbows have to go up to the ceiling. Up they go. 15 repetitions, please. Now, we're really working into the lats here, getting into the upper back. We're also getting a little bit of work for the biceps. So think about those muscles doing the work. You're squeezing your shoulder blades together on this exercise as well. Also working those core muscles, you'll feel a little bit of strength because isometrically, we've got to work the legs to hold your position. Yeah? How are we doing? Excellent stuff. Now, just changing that slightly, we can make that a little bit more difficult. And rather than working through the lats at the back of the armpit, we can shift into the rhomboids in between the shoulder blades. And these are great for helping to improve your posture. So this time what we're going to do is just put one foot on. You can pick a foot, whichever foot, on the band. Again, both knees are bent, the other foot behind for a little bit of balance. Again, we need to be in this bent over position so that we can work against gravity. So leaning forwards but keeping the abdominals in tight. This time, we're lifting with the arms. Now, you've got a choice. We can do it slightly easier and keep the elbows bent, as Emma's doing, or taking the arms further out like Frank's doing is a little tougher. So let's go for those 15 repetitions. You could go with elbows bent, or you could go with the arms nearly straight. But your focus here is on squeezing your shoulder blades together. Yeah? You're really trying to get that feeling of squeezing the shoulder blades together as we row backwards. Yeah? That's your focus. Make sure you're bent over, but the abdominals are in tight to hold that position and protect your lower back. So a good bit of core training there, but really focusing on seeing those shoulder blades squeeze together. Feeling that in the upper back. Great exercise for your posture. Lifting the arms up or the elbows up to the ceiling, whichever. 15 repetitions is all I'm asking you to do. You can do this. Brilliant. Well done, well done. Okay, so shall we move on? We're moving on to a pull down now. Feet about hip width apart. And you'll have seen this, the lat pull down machine at the gym. I'm going to ask you to fold it in half. Take a hold of the ends like so. Yeah. The knees are slightly bent, the abdominals are in tight. You're going to lift it up just above your head. Now the aim here is you're going to draw it down just behind the neck, but at the same time, you're going to pull it out to the side. Yeah. So we're dropping it down and pulling it out at the same time. And again, that's going to get into the lats at the back here. 15 repetitions, please, guys, let's go. Down we go. Abdominals in tight. Don't let it pull you into that arched position. And again, you'll find that knees slightly bent, at least taking the lock off will help you with this. Keep your breathing nice and relaxed. Don't let it ping back. Yeah, work against the resistance on the way back up. You're in control in every sense. Beautiful. And there's a little bit of work there into the lower part of the trapezius at the back as well. Take a little look at it so you can see what we're doing. Down it goes and back up, working into the upper back and back up, just our 15 repetitions. How are we doing? Excellent. Oh, you can see that one working. And that will cover you for the back. We're going to move on now to chest. So for the chest press, we're going to take it around. We're going to do a little chest fly actually. Now, the problem here for this movement is it's a little bit slack. Yeah. So what we're going to do is have a little wrap around the hands. Yeah. Let's shorten the band slightly for this one. Okay. So we're out to the side. The arms are almost straight, not quite. At chest level, we're squeezing in and back out. Yeah. If the band's still feeling too light, we could always wrap it around again. And away you go. We're looking for our 15 repetitions, really working into the pecs here. The feeling here is squeezing the chest together. Yeah? The chest muscle attaches from here into that bicipital groove, it's called here. So it's drawing the arm in, keeping the arm slightly bent. Let's not work the arms when we're doing this. Let's really focus. Remember our mind in muscle. Concentrate on the chest. That's what's doing the work. Abdominals are tight, your knees are slightly bent to give you a good balanced position. Fabulous. How are you doing at home? I hope you're still with me. Ooh, I can feel that one. Good work, good work, good work. We're going to move on to your shoulders. Going to move on to, first of all, a lateral raise. I'm just going to put one foot on it. Again, you can pick which foot. I don't mind. But make sure always that when you're putting one foot on it, you've got it stable. We don't want it pinging out. So the other foot behind, make sure the knees are slightly bent for your balance. We're really going to target the middle part of the deltoid, the shoulder muscle here. We're lifting up to the side, but this time be careful to keep your elbows slightly bent. Locking out the elbows is not good. Okay, so we're lifting up to just above shoulder level and then back down. 15 of those, please. Keep your abs in tight and be careful, again, not to arch your back as we get up there. Make sure all the work is coming into the middle part of your deltoid. Slow is better, particularly on the way down. Let's work against the natural elasticity of the band. 15 repetitions, please. Fabulous. See how the body position stays fixed on Emma here? It's just the arms doing the work and you've got that choice. If you start to fatigue, you can bend your arms a little more. If you're feeling strong, like Frank is today, we're keeping the arms almost straight as we lift up. Need a little bit of tension in the wrists as well, really working into those deltoids. Keeping your head up, keeping your abs in tight, nothing else moves. Brilliant exercise, well done, well done. Keeping one foot on, we're gonna change that into the shoulder press now. This time we're bringing it up. This is a little bit tougher, so you might wanna just bend the knees slightly, get yourself down a little. Okay, again, abdominals are in tight when you press up. Make sure the hands are slightly in front, not behind, because that's really uncomfortable on the shoulders. So when we press up, they go slightly forwards. We don't lock out the elbows, because that can put a lot of strain on the tendons around the elbows. Some of you may already be familiar with tennis elbow. So keeping the elbows slightly bent, we're pressing up. Again, really getting into the shoulders. You're getting into the middle and also into the front part of the shoulder on this one as well. Excellent. Beautiful. Keeping those abdominals in tight. And you see with that knee bent position, that helps you maintain your stability. It helps you to keep your hips fixed and your lower spine in the position it needs to be, so you can really focus on just the shoulders doing the work. Can we feel that in the shoulders, guys? Excellent. Was there a bit of shaking going on there? Got to say, been a bit cruel. We've given Frank the thick band to work with today. Okay, well done, well done. Hope you did 15 repetitions. We're moving on to the front raise. Really going to get into the anterior part of the deltoid now. The shoulder muscle splits into 3 parts, and so this enables us to really get to all of them. So 1 foot on, please, 1 foot behind, doesn't matter which foot it is, as long as you're balanced. Our front raise, abdominals in tight, lifting up to face level and back down. Now, if you've got any concerns about your lower back, you might find it easier to do alternating sides here, yeah? If not, if we can really pull the tummy in tight, pull in through the waist, I'll have those 15 repetitions like so, please. Remember, the arms again are slightly bent. We don't want them straight, but lifting out to the front in that nice big semicircle movement. Up they go. And again, really work against the resistance on the way back down. Yeah? Fabulous. See how we fix in this position? And that's because we've got a nice bend on the knee here. We're nice and stable. Feet are a little bit apart. Abdominals are pulled in tight so we can really focus. This is about isolating it to the target muscle we're trying to get to. Yeah? Excellent stuff. Beautiful. Beautiful. Really working into those shoulders, keeping your head up. That looks great. I'm going to change it slightly. We're moving on now to the upright row. So for this one, I want both feet on. We want to take a little bit more slack from the band. Turn the palms to face you. Okay, the knees are slightly bent. As always, abdominals in tight. The aim on this exercise is to lift your elbows up high, yeah? So can I get 15 of those, please? Elbows up and out. Try to keep your shoulders down so that we're not pinching into the neck, yeah? But the work's coming from lifting the elbows up and out, really getting into the deltoid and also the upper part of the traps. Great exercise. Up. Hopefully you can feel that. Abs are in tight. Whatever you do, don't hold your breath. Remember when we talked about, in our muscle lecture, we talked about exhale on the exertion. The idea of breathing out on the toughest part of the exercise, so you'll breathe out as you lift and in as you go back down. Good. 15 of those will do me nicely. We're going to move on. We're moving on to the biceps. We'll start with a bicep curl. So, fortunately, we're in the same position. Now, this is what I'm going to do. The biceps, and you may remember we looked at this when we looked at the muscle movement. The biceps, as well as flexing at the elbow there, are also responsible for twisting this way and twisting this way. So we need to add a bit of a twist to get the best for the bicep. So we'll start with the palms facing into your side, and then as you lift up, you're going to turn the palms this way in towards you. Yeah? So let's go. I have 15 of those. Get that little twist on the biceps. When they come down, they turn in. When they come up, turn that little pinky towards you. Yeah? 15 of those, please. Absolutely vital not to lean back. We're not cheating. We don't want to put any strain on the lower back. Keep the abs in tight. The only thing that's moving, the arms. Where we go. Beautiful. Check out those biceps. Did you bring those with you, or have you just got those now doing this? Excellent stuff. Keeping your elbows fixed to your side. What we don't want is any swinging of the arm. So keep that elbow fixed to the side as we lift up. Brilliant. Biceps to go. Knees are slightly bent to give you that stability. Abdominals are in tight. You'll notice how important the core muscles are, working them all the time there. Fabulous. Fabulous. Now we're going to move on slightly to a concentration curl. So for this one, we're going to put the band down and step really close to one handle there. Now for this, I'm going to take 1 foot back. I'm going to keep my abs in tight, and I'm going to lean down onto this leg, support your weight. Because what we're doing here is lifting across to the opposite shoulder. Yeah? Across to your opposite shoulder. Can we see how that's getting into the bicep? 15 of those, please. Keep your abs in tight. Lean the hand onto the knee to support your weight. Squeeze it across. That's our concentration curl. Beautiful. See how we're not swinging here? Yeah, this is staying fixed. Remember when we talked about how the muscles work, we talk about fixator muscles. This is fixed in place so that the bicep can do its work. Yeah? Now, even though we're bent over and supporting ourselves here, we still need to keep the abdominals in tight. And you'll see how the body's fixed. There's no twisting going on here. Yeah? Really good isolation movement. See how this elbow's not moving, it stays where it is. And we can see the work into the biceps. 15 off this arm, and we'll swap over to your right arm as well. I mean, just in your biceps, I think I better do some, to be honest. I'm going to join in on this one. Okay, set your position, and let's go. Squeeze it up. Fabulous. Keeping your breathing relaxed. Making sure there's no twisting through the spine. Supporting your weight with the other hand. Your head will drop forward so that you've got a nice relaxed neck. Try not to be in this position if you can. Beautiful. The elbow's not moving. The shoulder's working to fix that position. That's the fixator. How you doing? I'm after 15 reps. I've done about 35 now already, I'm sure. And when you're done, we'll take a quick rest there. Now remember, we talked about the muscles working in opposing groups. So we've worked our biceps there. So what we're going to do now is work into the triceps. So for the tricep extension, you're just going to take one hand. Let's take it in the left hand. You're going to take it round behind you. What's going to happen then is you're going to use the other hand to grab the band and then pull it down so that you've got some really good tension on the band already. Knees are slightly bent, abs are pulled in tight, because the exercise now is, can we press up to the ceiling and back down? Yeah? So you need a really good pull down with your right hand so that you've got some tension in the band as we work into the triceps. So we're working into the back of the arms here, but see how I've pulled down on the band to give me that tension to work against. Yeah? Don't be kind, be tough on yourself. The more you pull down, the tougher it is, the better it will be. Remember, what we're looking for is to achieve that muscular fatigue by the 15th repetition. If it feels too easy, you won't get that overload and it won't be doing you any good. Yeah? 15 reps, then let's swap over to the other arm, please. Again, look how important the fixator muscles are. Abs pulled in tight, so nothing else is moving. The knees are slightly soft to give you that better stability. Yeah? Try not to push your head forwards. See how the guys are keeping the head in a relaxed position, the neck's in a comfortable position, pressing up on that tricep. When you've done one side, we'll swap over to the other side. Remember, take the hand behind the head, get a hold of the band, pull the band down first of all, and then away we go, pressing up. And that little extension, try not to lock out your arm at the top. Just press it up, keep it a little bit soft at the top, working into the triceps, into the back of the arm. Fabulous. Pressing up, just the job. Excellent. Try not to rush it, slow is better. Muscular development relies on something called the time under tension, the TUT principle. So the slower it is, the better it is for you, because the more muscular fibers you'll engage in the exercise, and therefore you're more likely to get to that point at the end where we get that momentary muscular fatigue, the overload that then stimulates all those responses we talked about in our muscle lecture that lead to the improvement in muscle tone. Fabulous exercise. Well done, well done. We'll do another one for the tricep. Triceps are a fairly important muscle group. So for this one, really this is about working against your own resistance. So we're going to turn sideways on here. So if we all turn our feet this way, what's going to happen here is you're going to hold it there by your hip. And really, let's drop one end so that you can see we're going to hold it here quite tight, and we're going to keep that position fixed. So you're going to really sort of put this arm against yourself there to splint it. And then what we're going to do here is lift the elbow, the left elbow, and point it behind, because all you're going to do is press out and bring it back. So extend the arm behind, so lift it up a little bit higher as it comes up. Beautiful. So again, we're working those fixators, fixing ourselves in position here, but now this isolation exercise. Remember we talked about isolation and compound exercises? So those compound exercises use a combination of muscle groups. So like the squats, remember I said we were using here and here and here, whereas this is an isolation exercise because we're really getting down to just this muscle here. There's not much else going on here. Yeah, looking for those 15 repetitions. Great exercise. Yeah, really working into the back of the arm here. And we'll swap it over to the other side. So again, remember, if you're in any bent over positions, that puts a focus on the core muscles. So keep the abs in really tight. Take a hold of it there, take a hold of it there, the palms facing backwards. Let your arm rest against your tummy there, and all we're gonna do is press back. The elbow stays high. Don't let the elbow drop down, otherwise it becomes a rowing exercise and that's into your back. We wanna isolate this to just the triceps at the back of the arm. Excellent stuff. Yeah? See how it's just that small move, really targeting into here, and you're keeping that elbow up high all the time. Brilliant stuff. That's it. Pressing back into the triceps. Abs are tight. Fix that position. Try not to let yourself rotate through your lower spine. Make sure it's just the arm that's doing the work. It's a great exercise for the triceps. A real isolation one. So even though we're only working one muscle group here, it's still a fairly taxing exercise, I think you'll agree. Brilliant. Now, we're going to have to get a little bit creative here because the next couple of exercises are to show you how we can use the bands to work your abdominals. So the best way to do this would be to take a hold like so and to loop this around a door handle or around the banister or something like that. Now we just don't happen to have, I'm going to take that from you, a door handle or a banister. But we've got Frank, who's looking very strong and fit and able today. So Frank is going to be our, door handle banister. That's the deal today. So if I can take that, and you're going to take a hold of the handles for me. Okay, you're going to take a hold of that end, both hands. Hold it strong. So you're going to do this for me, please. And back. Yeah? Okay, so a little bit of work into the waist. So you want to be there, nice plie position. Get yourself stable, yeah? Abs are in tight, knees are bent, toes pointing slightly out. The arms are almost straight, but not quite. And then we're moving in that rotation around. Beautiful. Now, I don't know if you remember, but in the muscle lecture, we talked about the abdominals working contralaterally. So what's actually happening here is you're working the external obliques on one side and the internal obliques on the other. Yeah, away we go. Beautiful. You're the perfect door handle, balustrade, whatever it is on this one. Excellent. Can we feel that working into your abs? Beautiful. A little bit of rotation, really getting into, really targeting those oblique muscles at the sides. Excellent. Is that 15 yet? You're doing really well. Slow is better. Brilliant. So you just need to make sure that this end is fixed. That's all we need to do. Now, don't move. So on the same side, what we're going to do here is to just make that a little bit more of a challenge by including rotation, but also remember the abdominals at the front bring in this flexion. So what I'm going to do now is ask you to lift it up a little bit higher. So what you're going to do is the same position facing the front, but this time when you bring it across, you're looking to chop down. So we're still rotating, but now we're adding a little bit of flexion into it as well. Fabulous. So you see how we're going from a high down to a low. So still the rotation, but now what's happening is as well as turning here, we're now pulling down, adding that little bit of flexion as well, so making it just a little bit tougher on this side. Brilliant exercise. The knees are staying bent. Now you will get a little bit of movement through the legs on this one, but that's okay. I'm after 15 repetitions again. Slower is better. And again, think about that mind in muscle. Really focus on what's going on here, yeah? Let's not think about the arms. This is not an arm exercise. They're just there for show. This is really coming from here. Abdominals here, through the obliques at the waist, drawing down. Excellent stuff. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Beautiful. Should we swap sides? So if you can go that side, you can go that side. and I'll go back here, and away we go again. So exactly the same thing on the other side. You know what you're doing now? Fix that one end, get ready to go, knees bent, and away we go. Beautiful. Keeping your breathing relaxed, keeping your head up. Fabulous. Make sure this end is fixed. Make sure you stabilize yourself with a wide base. Looking at getting that little bit of rotation through the lower spine. Beautiful. I think you're getting a bit kind. Keep the tension on the band. Make sure you stand far enough away so that you've got a little bit of tension on the band all the time. Beautiful. That should feel a little bit tougher. And remember, the arms are only slightly bent all the way through. Don't be pushing with the arms. This is not an exercise for the arms. This is all about rotating through the middle. Yeah? I'm going to take it that we've done 15 there, and we're going to lift it a little bit higher. And this time you're doing the same thing, but taking it down slightly. So remember, this time there might be a little bit of movement through the legs. That's okay, as long as we're focusing on the rotation and that little bit of flexion as we take it down to the side there. Let the waist do the work, not the arms. Keep your breathing nice and relaxed. Fabulous. Make sure that it's stable at that end. And this is called the chop for obvious reasons. Feel as though we're going from high to low in that chopping motion. 15 repetitions, slow is better. Brilliant stuff. Are we there yet? I wish I could count. Brilliant stuff. Excellent. Super. Take a little rest there. We can drop that band. So what we're going to do now is go into our cool down, which we'll do similar to our warm-up. A few mobilizing exercises, guys, just as we did for the warm-up. Moving through those large muscle groups, some rotations, some knee lifts, heels to the backside, a few of those mobilizing movements, and then we'll go into a stretch for the major muscle groups. If you know how to do that from the other workouts, then away you go. If not, remember, we've got that flexibility workout for you, so perhaps you can pop that on and do it now instead. Hi, and today, next in your homework series, the workout is going to be with a training bar. Now, this is a great tool, comes in different weights, easy to get a hold of from decent sports retailers. We're using 12s, we've also got an 8. Not easy to improvise with this because you do need a little bit of weight on the bar. Ideally, beginners, you're working around 3 to 6 pounds, intermediate, somewhere 9 to 18. Advanced, you'd be working 24, even up to 36. Got to remember before this workout, as with any workout, you need to get a good warm-up like the guys are doing now, a little bit of mobilizing, and maybe even practicing some of the moves you're going to go through, the little squats, the bicep curls, those sort of movements. Usual targets for this workout, we're looking at one set of 15 repetitions of each exercise. If you're already a little fitter doing exercise already, possibly 2 sets, and those of you who are more advanced, you want to be looking at 3 sets of each exercise. So a little tip here, what we're going to be doing, and this kind of flips back to our lecture on the spine when we talked about core strength, and we've touched on this a few times. The idea of our core strength is it helps us to integrate the strength in the upper and lower body. So what we're doing here is we're going to set ourselves up with an upper body exercise, a lower body exercise, and then we're going to combine the two together, and we're going to repeat that on several sets. So hopefully you've got your bar and you're ready to go. Take a hold, and we're going to start. Careful how you pick it up. Well done, guys. We're going to start with a simple squat. Now, you could hold it in front if you wish, or you might want to take it over the top. Careful how you do it. Rest it across the top of the back, and hands lightly, never squeeze on it. Feet are about hip width apart for the squat, and all I'm going to ask you to do is press down into the heels, keep the tummy in tight, and then straighten back up. So shall we go? Down we go, and press. Away you go, please. I'm looking for 15 repetitions, and I'm going to trust you to count them. So keep going, please. But keep your eyes on me while you're doing that. What I want you to do is sit down, press the heels back, keep the abdominals in tight. Resist the temptation to let your belly drop forwards. Don't let the shoulders drop forwards. Fabulous. 15 repetitions, please. Now, what we're doing here is really getting into the quadriceps, the front of the thighs. We're getting into the hamstrings at the back of the thighs, and we're getting into the glutes. Absolutely fantastic exercise for the whole of the lower body. 15 repetitions, please. Well done, guys. We're going to change that slightly now, bring the bar over to the front. Keeping the abs in tight, keeping the knees slightly bent for your balance, takes the strain off the lower back. I'm looking for a shoulder press. We're going straight up, but slightly forwards. Yeah, and the reason for that is if you push directly upwards, that's a really uncomfortable position through the shoulder complex. So actually, the ideal position will be to use your peripheral vision. You'll push upwards, keep looking forwards at me, but you should still be able to see the bar slightly. Let's go for our 15 repetitions, please. Press up and back down. Now, ideally, I don't want you to be holding your breath. The tip is to exhale on the exertion. So breathe out as you press. Beautiful. Away we go. 15 repetitions, no cheating. And the thing to look out for here, abs are in tight to protect your lower back. The knees are slightly bent. There's a little bit of tension through the legs. And what that will do is stop you swaying backwards and forwards, again, which stresses the back. And also worth looking out for, we're not locking out the elbow. Yes, we're going straight, but don't lock it out. Control that momentum. Yeah? 15 repetitions. There's 15, not 150. Fabulous. Well done. What we're going to do now is put those two together. Now, this is harder than it looks because what we really need to do now is lock on in the middle. Pull in through the tummy, pull in through the waist. Let's get set to go. We're starting at chest level. So you're going to squat down and press up at the same time. Let's go. Squat and press and down. Squat and press. And now you should begin to feel, keep going, you should begin to feel a lot more work is required here in pulling the abdominals in when you go down. There'll be a tendency for your belly to want to drop forwards. That's not going to happen. Keep it in tight so that we maintain neutral spine. Talked about that before. That's a comfortable curve in your lower spine. How are we doing? Fabulous. 15 reps, making sure we're breathing. Good. Looking deadly serious. Fabulous. Working through the legs, working through the shoulders. So we're working upper and lower body. And the great thing about combining our exercises is that we're using more muscle groups. More muscle groups we're using, it's more demanding in terms of energy. So what that means is we're burning more calories. Okay, we're going to skip on to our next exercise. Again, we're going to take the bar over the top, rest it on the top. There you go. And we're going for a rear lunge. Now, careful with this. Your feet are hip width apart. When you step back with your right foot, remember I'm mirroring you. When you step back with your right foot, place it on the ball of the foot. Drop the knee straight down to the floor, and then we come back up. Make sure there's no twisting of that rear knee. Also, don't let your body drop forwards. Keep your abs in tight as you step back. Okay, are we ready? I'll take 15 repetitions on your right leg. Let's go. Drop it back, knee down to the floor and up. Down. Beautiful. How are you doing? Hope you're still with me. Good, keep going. And remember, if you haven't got your training bar yet, you could be using just a broom handle to get used to the exercises until you've got one. Excellent stuff. And the best bit about this is, working through a greater range of motion actually requires more muscular effort. So stepping a long way back, like we're doing here, fabulous example, long step back, great range of movement, a little bit more demanding through the legs. That's what we're after. Great stuff. Abs are in tight all the time. 15 reps. Perfect. And guess what? Let's swap over to the other leg. Now be aware if there's any difference from one side to the other. If one side's a little weaker, it maybe needs a bit of extra work. Start with your feet hip width. Abs are in tight. You're nice and tall, chest lifted, and away we go. Drop down the left leg. Your left leg. Knee down to the floor. Good. Down you go. Excellent work. Keep it going. Make sure you're stepping onto the ball of the foot and that knee drops straight down at the back. Yeah? Now what you're also doing here is getting some work. Front of the thigh, back of the thigh, gluteals. Yeah? Great exercise. But because of that, we're using lots of what are called large muscle groups. Yeah? Compare those to the muscles in your wrists. Yeah? They're large muscle groups, so they take a lot of energy. It's what we're after. We want that calorie burn. So we're getting some toning and we're burning up some calories at the same time. Fabulous stuff. Well done, guys. How are you doing at home? So we're going to get a little bit innovative with this now, and we're going to do a little rowing exercise. So I really want you to be stable on this. So I want your feet hip width apart and your knees slightly bent. Now, if you find that you still start to rock about through the lower spine, what I'm going to ask you to do is a split lunge, one foot in front of the other, because that's even more stable. So all we're doing here, anyone who can remember Hawaii 5-0, I've just shown my age there, haven't I? We're going to do a little bit of rowing. So a little bit wider than chest width. All we're going to do is take it down to this side and then take it down to that side. Good. Now if we go there and there, that's 1. There and there is 2. Keep it going, please. So what we're doing here is you're challenging your core strength. Because of this rotation, it's actually trying to throw your lower spine all over the place. So what we've got to do is pulling tight through that transversus abdominis across the middle. Pulling tight through those internal obliques, the smaller oblique muscle. And what that will do is then pull this thoracolumbar fascia at the back that then splints the lower spine and keeps you stable, yeah? Remember we talked about what core strength means to us. It's having strength in the middle that allows us to generate that strength and power through the limbs. How are we doing? I've completely lost count. I'm trusting you all to do 15. Beautiful. Okay, so let's put those two together now then. What we're gonna do is our rear lunge and our row at the same time. Now the row is going to go in opposition so that you get some rotation, which again works those core muscles a little bit harder. So what we're going to do, as you take your right leg back, you're going to row down to the left, down, then up, down. Beautiful. Row down, get a little rotation through the body now. Yeah? Fabulous. You should really start to feel, keep it going, a little bit of work here on the hip flexors on your right side as you're getting that rotation there, yeah? Don't sacrifice the technique on the lunge. Keep that good technique on the lunge, nice and deep, make those legs do some work, fabulous stuff, and getting that body rotating. So we're working through, clearly your arms and shoulders are doing some work moving the bar here, but really what's going on is that rotation in the middle is coming from your core strength. We're using those obliques to get that little turn, and to maintain that position, you're keeping your abdominals pulled in really tight. Good work, guys. Shall we swap to the other side? So you're lunging back with your left leg and rowing down to the right side. So as the leg goes back, we row down and row and row. Beautiful. Keep your head up, keep your chest lifted, keep breathing. Sorry, they told me not to yell. I shouldn't have done that. And down. Good. How are we doing? Keep it going. Fabulous. Great example. Keeping your head up. Yeah? Remember, we're talking about our core strength. We're talking about keeping that spine fixed. Yeah? So we've got a nice central column, and all the work, the arms and legs, all that movement is going on around the outside. Yeah? We've got this constant dance between mobility, the arms and legs, and stability in the center. Yeah? Keeping it strong. That's really what we mean by core strength. You look like you thought I might do another one then, but I won't bother. That's okay. Okay, what we're going to do now is move on. Next exercise. Now, if at any time between the exercises you want to stop and get yourself a quick sip of water, that's okay, but get back to me very quickly. Okay, let's move on to the plie. Now, just a tip, if you find this position uncomfortable behind, yeah, for these leg exercises, you can keep it down here as well. But it's just sometimes a little easier to get it out of the way there. For the plie, I want the feet wide, 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 wide. However wide you just put them, go a little bit wider. Point the knees and toes out slightly. Yeah? They're pointing out at this angle because when you plie, the knees follow the line of the toes. What that will do is, as well as working into the front and the back of the thigh, we now start getting into the adductor muscles in the inner thigh. Okay, so plie, we're looking for 15 repetitions. Be careful, abdominals are in tight as we go down and down. Beautiful. Knees following the line of the toes, and be careful not to stick your backside out. That's not what we're doing. You're staying a little more upright than the normal squat here, and let the legs do the work. And again, that range of motion. The wider we go, more muscular energy being involved, greater the toning effect. So look out for these knees. Slow is better on these exercises to make sure that they follow the line of the toes and resist that temptation for your knees to drop in towards the center. Yeah? Okay, bring the feet back in slightly, and we're moving on to the bicep curl. Fix your elbows by your side. Make sure they're fixed in. We lift up and then slowly down. Nothing else moves. Yeah? Really getting into just that bicep. Into the, where's it gone? Into the bicep, okay? So, feet about hip width apart, And again, we want to avoid that swinging movement, so keep the knees just slightly bent. Just bending the knees slightly will start to engage these muscles, which will lock on your lower body and keep you fixed. Okay, are we ready? 15 repetitions, up we go, hand back down. Remember our tip on the breathing, exhale on the way up, inhale on the way down. Failing that, just keep inhaling and exhaling. Whatever you do, don't hold your breath. Good. Now, a little tip here while we're doing this is to put your mind in muscle, yeah? Focus on the feeling of the muscle that's doing the work. Really think about your bicep and think back to our lecture on muscles, how they work. Try to imagine that bicep muscle just shortening and lengthening and shortening and lengthening. Remember we said a concentric contraction and an eccentric contraction, yeah? The muscle at work. How are we doing, guys? Look at those arms. Fabulous. Oh, I got there just in time. So, just in case you haven't picked up the swing of what we're doing here, we're going to put those two exercises together. Nice and wide with the legs. And again, because we're combining upper and lower body together here, that integration relies upon your core strength, so abdominals in tight. Okay, are we set? As you squat down, it comes up. Let's go. Keep the elbows fixed to your side, keep your chest lifted, head up, and keep smiling. Just think what this is doing for you. Knees out, make sure the knees don't collapse into the center, yeah? Beautiful work. Control the momentum on the bar, yeah? When you're lowering this down, this goes for any weight training exercise, you must control the momentum on the way down. The exercise is not simply lifting the bar up, it's lifting it up and slowly lowering it down. Fabulous, nice deep plies. Should really begin to feel that getting into the inner thigh as well. Well done, guys. Well done at home. So let's move on. Front lunge now. Now the front lunge is a little more tricky than the rear lunge. Reason being, the stability issues now. So this is great work. If anyone's had trouble knee injuries, this is a great exercise to do, but take your time with it because it really builds up the muscles around the knee that help control your motion. So what we're going to do, again, you can rest it here or get it out of the way, rest it on the back there. So feet are about hip width apart. For the front lunge, right leg, you're stepping forwards, dropping the knee down, and then in one movement coming back to where you started on that right leg again. But be careful here because two things can happen. One, if we're not careful, we've got a stability issue here. But two, what might also happen is your knee shoots forwards. And the problem with that is, if the knee shoots forwards too far here, that puts a real strain under the patella tendon there, which is not a good idea. So what we're looking for is only going as far as there so that it goes straight down. Really, you don't want your knee to go further than the line of your toe while you're moving. So just look out for that. Okay, are we set? Start hip width. Make sure you step hip width. Don't step onto a tightrope. Yeah? Okay. Away we go. Right leg. Step. Lunge down, hand back. Abs in tight, shoulders back, chest lifted. Work at your own pace, you don't have to work in time with us. It's down to you. Good. Remember what we said. Longer lunge, and these are great lunges, the more muscular energy we're using, yeah? The more of the muscle fibers, the better the toning effect. Fabulous, nice and long. Down onto the knee. Good. And remember, we've got to control that motion. Don't let it wobble side to side. Don't let the knee overshoot the toe. So you've got to take a nice long stride. You should really feel some work in the front and back of the thigh as you lower down. But then as you kick back, you should really start to feel that in the glutes. And to really exaggerate that, let's try this on the other side now. Think about pushing off with your heel from that front foot. So let's swap over sides. Set yourself up, make sure your hip width apart again. As you step out this time, what I'm going to ask you to do when you lunge, really press off that front heel. Really get that feeling that you're pressing back off the front heel to get you back to where we start. Okay, are we ready? Your right leg, your left leg. Come on, Dean, keep up. Here we go. Lunging down and push. And down and push from that front lunge. Let's go. Excellent. Yeah, so really getting into the glutes by working on that push off the floor there. So what we're doing there is working into, if you remember when we talked about the joints, and we talked about the hip joint, the movements about the hip joint, and we talked about hip extension. And that's what this is. returning from that forward position, from flexed, back to that hip extension movement, and that's brought about by the gluteal muscles. So we get a really good push off the floor to get us back, yeah? Really toning into the buttocks. Excellent work. How are you doing at home? I hope you're still with us. Remember, all of these exercises you can try just with a broom handle at first before you get your training bar. Okay, so we're going to add to that now. Let's move on to the upper body. Shall we go with some work for your shoulders? So let's try our lateral raises. A little bit of a balance issue here. Make sure you get the bar in the middle. Doesn't matter if it wobbles too much. Again, in terms of stability, we'll challenge the core strength. So let's try and keep the feet hip width apart, knees slightly bent. If you find that you're starting to sway a little bit, remember we can split the feet. And that goes for any exercise you're doing where you're lifting the weights upper body. If you start to find that it's difficult to maintain that strong center, then if you split your feet into what we call a split lunge, a tiny distance there, that'll help you with the stability issues. Okay, so here we go. Knees are slightly bent. We're gonna lift to the side, but keep the elbows slightly bent as well, and we're just lifting to about head height, so the bar's up to shoulder level. If your hand's up to head height, there we go. Okay, are we set? We're looking for 15 repetitions. Now, this is an isolation. Nothing else moves. We're just getting into the deltoids. Up and down. Abs are in tight. You should really feel now, because we've got a balance issue. If you're not locking on in the center, clearly you're going to fall over. So you've got to lock on in the center there as you slowly lift. How are you doing? Really focus, mind in muscle. Just concentrate on that shoulder. If you focus on the muscle that's doing the work, you're more likely to get the technique right. Yeah? How are we doing? I'll do a couple more. Up. Doesn't matter if the bar wobbles a little bit, try and reset it. Abs are in tight. And if we're done, should we swap over to the other side? Again, be aware that you might have imbalances from one side to the other. Yeah? How many of you carry your bag in one hand all the time, in the same arm, on the same shoulder? Yeah? Okay, so we're lifting up and back down. Think about the technique. Abs in tight, knees slightly bent, so we're in that braced position. All the work's coming from the shoulder here. Yeah? We're working particularly, there's a little bit of work from the front and from the back of the shoulder, the anterior and the posterior deltoid, but most of the work is coming through there, the medial deltoid, the middle part of the shoulder. Abs in tight, and don't swing. Remember what we said, we're working eccentrically against gravity. We're slowly lowering it down. Don't let it just fall. Get your money's worth, get the whole exercise. Yeah? Okay, so it starts to get tricky now because we're going to combine these two. So you've got those stability issues when we step forwards, making sure the knee doesn't wobble in or out and making sure it doesn't go too far forwards at the same time as lifting the bar. Now we're going to go in opposition here. So what's going to happen is you're going to lunge forwards with your right leg, but you're going to lift the lateral raise on the left side so that it keeps you balanced. Okay, so set yourself up, feet are hip width apart. We're going to step forwards there with that leg and lift up at the same time and back down. Yeah? Not an easy exercise. Up and down. You can see I'll put this other arm out for balance. And down. Beautiful. Get a good deep lunge. 15 reps, please. How are we doing? Excellent. Nice deep lunge, lifting up to shoulder level. Excellent. Good work. These guys are super fit. They're only sweating because of the lights. Trust me. Good work. Keep going. Abs are in tight. Beautiful. Nice deep lunges. So don't sacrifice it, yeah? You've got a lot to think about here, and this is taxing because it's a whole body exercise. Trust me, we've got some calves, we've got some hamstrings, we've got some quads, glutes, abdominals, obliques, the shoulder. There's a lot of work going on here. It's fabulous. Swap it over to the other side. Fabulous for me because I'm not doing it. I'm just watching them do it. Take the feet out wide again. We're on to the other side now. So you're going to lunge forwards and control this lunge. We're lunging forwards with your left leg and we're lifting the bar on the right side. Get a couple of breaths and away we go. Nice deep lunge and lift. Fabulous. Boom. If you need the other hand out for balance, or if you want it on the hip, that's fine. Make sure your body's staying upright in the center. Excellent. The head's lifted, the chest lifted. Fabulous. Don't sacrifice those lunges. Good. Always, don't rush, don't rush. Yeah? Always about getting good quality. Super. Tricky exercise really relies on the core strength, what we call the inner unit. The diaphragm that pushes down, transversus pulling in, the internal obliques at the side, and that multifidus muscle at the back gives us that inner unit, which gives us what we call the abdominal balloon that pulls in and helps to stabilize the spine. Great work, great exercise. So you'll be pleased to know that we're going to make it a little bit easier. Shall we get down on the mat? Take a little rest, guys. You deserve it. We're going to get down for some, no workout's going to be complete without some abdominal work, is it? So let's work into our rectus abdominis, the six-pack now. Now remember, the key with this exercise is you're trying to draw your ribs closer to your hips. That is all the six-pack muscle does. Really, you only use it a couple of times a day, getting up in bed in the morning and going back again at night. So for this exercise, what we're going to do is take the bar across the chest when you lie yourself down. The feet are about hip width apart. As you sit up, you're going to press the bar up. Yeah? So make sure that the movement is initiated by the abdominals. And the way to do that, getting back to our mind in muscle, is to think about your abdominals as a spring and squeeze it together. Yeah? That's what you're going to do. Think about the spring, squeeze together, and then lift the bar. Yeah? Okay? Sitting up nice and tall. Are we ready? I'm going to take 15 repetitions, guys. Let's go. Remember your breathing. Breathe out on the way up and in on the way down. Yeah? Try and keep your heels down if you can. You might find your feet wobble a little bit, but that doesn't matter as long as you're getting that work from the abdominals. Yeah? So think about initiating the movement by squeezing the ribs down towards the hips. Yeah? And reaching the bar, that extra resistance we're working against. Fabulous. Can we feel something going on in the center? Now this is slightly different because what we're working on in terms of abdominals here are not the abdominals I was talking about earlier when we were standing. They're with the deeper postural muscles that just pull in and fix us. We're now talking about the rectus, which is a mobilizer. It's responsible for moving you. Yeah? Different abdominal muscle group. Excellent. 15. Super. And a quick rest there. Going to vary things slightly because what we're going to do is still use the rectus, but what I'm going to do now is then change it slightly and add some more oblique work. And again, remember the obliques, we have two different muscles here. The external obliques, that if you just were to put your hand on your waist, the direction of your fingers, really that's the sort of angle that the obliques run at, yeah? Whereas your internal obliques, if you turn your hand over, they run in that direction. So the internal obliques are deeper, and they're the ones that work on your core strength. The external obliques just here are what help us with rotation. But interestingly, and if you think about this, if you've got external obliques running this way and internal obliques this way, can you see how they work on opposite sides? So if I want to go that way, it's this action, internal here and external there. If I want to go that way, it's actually going to be internal here and external there. Yeah? So they work together, but sort of in opposition, if you see what I mean. So it's internal and external that way, internal and external that way. And that's because of the angle the muscle fibers run at. So we're going to add them together now and get that twist. But also, we're getting a little sit-up, so we're getting some rectus work as well. So let me just show you, first of all, for this one, you can continue to rest, guys, for a second, a well-earned rest. You're going to sit up, so this is where your rectus comes in, and then use the obliques as you reach the bar up and over to that side. Yeah? We're just going to go to that one side first of all. Sit up and reach it across. Yeah? So a little bit of coordination movement here as well. So I'm after 15 repetitions, please. Are you set? Go. Up and twist. Beautiful. Up and twist. So reach that bar up nice and high, a little bit higher up there. Fabulous. Good. And reach. Excellent. So getting into that rectus abdominis, getting into the obliques with that twist. Keep it nice and smooth. And don't let yourself fall back down. Remember to slowly lower yourself down. Get the full value for each exercise. Up and reach. Beautiful. Excellent work. Just 15 and then you can have a quick rest. Good work. Really working into those abdominals. Problem area for a lot of us. We all want to work on this. And this is a great exercise you can do. Well done. When you've done your 15, you can have a quick rest. Yeah? Excellent. Good work. Well done. So all we've got to do, you'll be pleased to know, you've only got one more exercise to do, and that is the same thing, that sit up and twist, but we're doing it on the other side now. Now you might be getting a little bit tired, but don't sacrifice your form. Yeah, we're nearly there. This is your last exercise. So are we set? Let's go with it. Sit up and twist. Beautiful. Twist and reach upwards, reach up Just a little bit higher with that bar. Reach up to the corner. Fabulous. And up and twist. Beautiful. Beautiful. Up and twist. Good. Get a little bit more rotation if you can. Twist the body. Good. Really get into those obliques. Get a little bit more rotation if you can. Yeah? Really make them do some work. Excellent stuff. Sit up and twist. Good. I do feel guilty watching you guys do all the work, but you're doing such a great job. I don't look half as good as them doing this. Hopefully you're looking good at home. Yeah? We done? You can have a quick rest. In fact, why don't you just lay the bar down and pull your knees into your chest and have a rest there. So what we're going to do now is go into a little cool down. Importantly, because we've done a lot of work through the core strength there, we need to do some stretches for the lower back. So what the guys are doing here is that little pulling your knees into the chest, and you can rock forwards and backwards and side to side. That'll really get into there because you've really worked around the center there on a lot of these exercises. Although we were isolating, like the bicep curl, when we combined upper and lower body, as I said, to get that integration, you've really got to work your core strength. What I'm going to ask you to do now is to drop both knees down to our side over here, and then take your arms across to the other side. So that little stretch there, again, great stretch for getting through your lower back into the obliques, the muscles that have just done some work. Try and just relax yourself down into that position. And you know the usual rule for our stretching exercises at the end there. We're looking for about 30 seconds because you're nice and warm now, so this is a good time to get that stretch. And if you're short of any ideas, don't forget you've got your little flexibility workout DVD in this series that gives you lots of different stretching exercises you can use. Should we flip over to the other side? But particularly for this one, and any exercises that are really using your core strength, so on our medicine ball, on our kettlebells, those kind of exercises, this training bar as well, what I want you to do is get a good little stretch, a mobility work through your lower spine at the end there. So that is your training bar workout. Great tool, so many exercises you can do with it, so many different things you can do with it. Like I say, if you haven't got one to start with, you can still do that workout with us with a broom handle. Remember the guidelines. We're looking at one set of 15 if you're just setting out, 2 sets of 15 if you're already exercising more advanced, 3 sets, and then also remember you've got the opportunity to go slightly heavier with these training bars. It's a great workout. Have fun with it. Earlier in this series, we looked at the topic of flexibility, why it's important to us, what factors influence it, and finally, how we can work to improve it. And this workout is to do just that, taking you through a range of stretches. So all you need for this is a bit of space around you, some loose clothing, a thermostat set to a comfortably warm temperature. But before we begin, let's review the key knowledge we learned from the flexibility lecture. Now, flexibility refers to the range of motion around a joint or a group of joints, and not only varies from person to person, but for each individual, it also differs from joint to joint. It's primarily dependent upon the specific joint structure and is significantly influenced by the connective tissue around each of the joints. So since joint health is related to activity levels, age, and gender, then it's no surprise these are the key considerations in determining our flexibility. In general, it's fair to say that females tend to have better flexibility than males at most joints, and that can be attributed to small differences in the joints and the associated connective tissue. The effect of age on flexibility, however, is considerably greater than gender. In addition to the 3 fundamental determinants of activity, age, and sex, there are 3 other less influential items that are nonetheless worth considering. Firstly, body temperature can affect your range of motion. It's known to improve along with increasing heat. Hence the reason in all our other workouts, before we exercise, we have a warm-up period. Now, contrary to common belief, rather than shortening your muscles and making them stiffer, weight training or exercises that actually work through your full range of motion will improve your flexibility. And during pregnancy, the joint and the ligaments, particularly in the lumbopelvic area, are relaxed to allow for the growth and movement of the fetus, plus the actual delivery of the baby itself. Now, regular stretching has been shown to produce lots of positive benefits: enhanced range of motion, reduce risk of injury and the degree of injury when it occurs, increase sports performance, also improve posture, leading to a reduced risk of back problems, and a positive impact on mental health through the vehicle of physical relaxation. So a lot of benefits there. Static stretching is the most common method of practice, requiring gentle movement towards the end position. It slowly lengthens the muscle, and then we hold at that point of mild tension for somewhere between 15 and 30 seconds. Now, although you may remember we looked at 2 other techniques involving partner work, this static method is the most easily accessible, and that's the one we're going to do today. So, first of all, let's make sure it's nice and quiet. Make sure you've got some space. Switch your phone to silent. Lock the kids in the bedroom if you need to. It's a bit of me time. This is just for you now. We're going to start with a little mobility work just to get the synovial fluid into the joints, and then we'll move into our stretches. So we're going to start by taking your feet about hip width apart, knees are slightly bent. First of all, I'm going to do is work from the top and work down. So we'll take a little tilt of the head from side to side. Tilt it one way and the other at your own pace, nice and relaxed. Keep it moving. You don't have to be in time with me, just as long as we're working through a little bit of dynamic mobility work, first of all. Just a few more of those. We'll rest that, working through our rotation as well. Let's get a little tilt from one side to the other. Doesn't matter which side you go first. And just enjoy that movement. Try to be aware if there's any difference from one side to the other. Fabulous. We're going to drop it down and lift it up, but don't flick the head back. Just lift the eyes up to the ceiling. Repeatedly squeezing back can cause a little impingement on the blood vessels at the back, so we just lift from the chin up to look up to the ceiling. And then the circle, we're going to half circle to one side, drop down to the other. Again, we're going to avoid that movement where we squeeze at the back. So just rolling from side to side. Hopefully we're beginning to release that tension through your neck. And hold it there. Let's take the shoulders and just roll them forwards nice and gently. Little roll of the shoulders. Just enjoy that freedom of movement. Let's take them backwards. This is all just about mobilizing those joints. We're also beginning to increase our core body temperature a little as we go along. We're going to bring the arms up to chest level, and we're going to open them out. And again, nothing stressful, at your own pace. Keep your abs in tight, the hips are fixed, the knees are slightly bent. Good. And let's hold it there. Can we take the arms forwards? Nice big circles. Remember in our lecture on movement, in the muscles, we talked about circumduction. The shoulder's the only joint in the body that can actually do this. And we'll go backwards. That means we're getting a full circle. It doesn't happen around the hip. Beautiful. And now just a little tricky one for those of you who remember our mental fitness lecture. Can we do one forwards and one backwards? I'm not even going to look at you guys to check whether you're doing it right. Swap it over, one forwards, one backwards. You weren't ready for that. I didn't tell them we were going to do that. And hold that there, have a little rest. We're going to get a knee lift. I'm just going to ask you to bring it up to about waist height. That's all. Just a little knee lift. Working through the hip flexors, a little bit of movement through the hip, a little bit of bend through the knee. Nice and easy, just up to about waist height will do. As long as you're not sticking to the yoga mat. Beautiful. Going to change that slightly to a leg curl. Heel up to your backside. That's all we need to do. Heel up. Getting into those hamstring muscles at the back of the thigh. Fabulous. Lift it up. And take a little rest there. We're going to hip circle. It'll go in and it'll go out. And in and out. Get that little circle through the hip. Beautiful. One more on this side. Doesn't matter which side you're on, as long as you now swap over to the other side to circle it. In and out. Beautiful. Try to get a good range of motion through this ball and socket joint at the hip and hold it there. We're going to change for a little heel dig. Doesn't matter which leg you do first. I just want you to put one in front and then the other. All you're doing is putting the heel down and lifting the toe up, getting a little bit of a stretch there through the calf into your Achilles. Fabulous. And a couple more. And hold it there. This is what I'm going to do. Take the knees slightly bent. All we're going to do here is take a little work through the spine, get through that flexion and extension that we know we've got in the spine. So first of all, I'm going to ask you to do is take a deep breath and be aware of lengthening the spine. And when you exhale, I want you to try and blow all the air out. Keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing, and what you'll find is it'll start to draw the ribs down towards the hips. Taking your deep breath in, make sure you're extending through and lifting the face up and forwards. When you exhale, try to blow it all out. Keep blowing, keep blowing, keep blowing. And as you blow, as you get towards the end of the breath, you'll start to feel the abdominals engaging deeper and pulling you down into that flex position. Let's make more of that. Take a deep breath in and down. What I'm going to ask you to do is add the arm swing to that now. Let the arms lift up when you breathe in. And when you exhale, let them drop down. Blow all the air out. Let it pull you down slightly. Feel the back rounding and then open it up. So we're trying to be aware of the spine now, flexing and extending. Keep breathing. I'll turn sideways as we go down. Exhale, let it roll forwards. Knees are slightly bent. Lift up. Remember when we talked about the movement through the spine, we talked about that extension and we talked about the flexion. Let it round, let the head come down. And again, a couple more, deep breath in, just mobilizing through the lower spine particularly, and down. And relax yourself back to the center. Well done, well done. We're gonna work through our static stretches now. So you'll remember from our lecture on flexibility, we talked about collagen creep, and I'll remind you about that once we get started. We're going to do a range of stretches standing, and then we're going to get down to do some on the floor. And you know what? This is really pretty boring TV, so I hope you're not watching. You need to get up and join in on this one. So this is what we're going to do. Let's take one ear down to the shoulder. Shall we go this side first? Drop the ear to the shoulder, take the palm out to the opposite side, and press it down to the ground. Now, hopefully when you do that, we can start to feel the stretch coming through the neck and down into the shoulder. We're looking to hold it for around 15 seconds is our target for maintenance work. To develop our stretch, then we'll take it a little closer to 30 seconds. Try and keep your breathing nice and relaxed. And we'll ease that off and come up to the other side. Center yourself, take it across to the other side. Ear to the shoulder first, feel the stretch through the neck, take the palm out and push it down to the floor and feel that stretch come a little deeper down through the neck and into the shoulder. Beautiful feeling, particularly if you work at a desk all day. Very easy to get that stress around the neck and shoulders, so beautiful way to release this. And remember, with these kind of stretches, you can do them anytime, any place, anywhere. And bring that in. We're going to work into the shoulder, lift the head up. We're going to take the arm across the chest. Doesn't matter which one you use. If you're on the same as me, that's good. If not, just remember to alternate. You're taking a hold just above the elbow and squeezing it a little further across. Don't let the body twist, but you'll feel this now getting into the shoulder. Ease into your stretch position to the point where you feel the mild tension and then hold it there. Good. Keep your breathing nice and relaxed. And just enjoy being at peace for a moment. We'll swap that over to the other side. Bring it across. So we're working through a whole range of stretches here. Just above the elbow, squeeze it in. The beauty of these standing ones, you could be standing at the photocopier at work and you can do these stretches. When you get a moment, why not have a stretch? To open that out, let's work into the chest. We're going to take the hands behind, we're going to put the palms together, we're going to lift away slightly from the backside and squeeze the shoulder blades together. Now this is a great stretch for the pecs, but also gets into the front of the shoulder. Try not to arch your back, try not to stick your chin out. Remember, we just had a relax through the neck. So just feel that stretch through the chest. And again, really try to get, just as when we do our workouts with the flexibility work, it's just as important to get your mind in muscle. Try to think about the chest, try to picture the chest muscles stretching gently. Imagine those elastic fibers just stretching out. Breathing's nice and relaxed. And we'll ease that off and do the opposite of that. Bring the hands up to the front. You can either interlock the fingers or put one on top of the other. The arms stay slightly bent. And now we're stretching forwards. So the aim here is to reach your hands forwards and to really round the back. We're trying to pull those shoulder blades apart, really stretching through those muscles in the upper back. Great stretch. Really feel those shoulder blades pull apart. You can drop the chin down onto your chest even. That will be a trick. And ease the head up and drop them down. Beautiful. We're going to shift on to the triceps at the back of the arm. Take one arm, again, it doesn't matter which one, drop it down behind. Now what you're looking to do here is to put the hand on the fingers down, pointing down onto the back of the spine there. What we're going to do is put the hand on top of the elbow and simply encourage that hand to walk a little further down the spine. And that'll stretch into the triceps at the back of the arm as we press down. Hold that stretch, keep your abdominals in tight. Now remember what we're looking for here. I talked about collagen creep. The idea here is that once you stretch into this position, after about 6 or 8 seconds, if we hold it, you'll find that those connective tissues around the muscle will begin to ease off, will begin to stretch a little bit. They actually begin to align themselves all in the same direction and ease off. So I know that with each of these static stretches, let's swap over to the other side, that if you really focus on your mind in muscle, after about 6 seconds or so, it'll begin to ease off. And at that point, we can then take it slightly further. So really try to identify that on each of your stretches. Getting into the position, feel the mild tension, and it will subside. And then you'll be able to ease a little further into the stretch. And the best way to do that is to link that to your breath. Take a deep breath in, and when it eases off, breathe out as you stretch further into the position. Beautiful. Ease that off. Let's bend the knees. Put the hands on top of the knees. We're going to work into the lower back. The stretch here is to pull the tummy button in tight, trying to lift your lower back up to the ceiling, really rounding through the lower spine there. Really getting into those, hopefully you remember those erector spinae muscles. Really pulling the lower back up to the ceiling. Supporting the weight on the back by putting the hands on the thighs, and then we'll slowly curl ourselves back up. Beautiful. We're working our way down through the body, so let's go on now to the hip flexors. So I'm going to take the left foot back and put it on the ball of the foot. The hips, chest and shoulders are staying facing the front. We're going to bend both knees down. Now the secret here is we're going behind and tilting the pelvis up and forwards. So tilting up and forwards will give you that stretch on the hip flexors here. Now this is a really important stretch because if we're sitting, hold that position for me please. If you're sitting a lot when you're working, these muscles are shortened. What that tends to do then is start to pull the pelvis into a position we don't really want it to be in, which can put a strain on the lower back. So this hip flexor stretch, feeling it on the front here, really push forwards with the hip there, is a really good stretch, really important stretch. And remember, you're looking for that point where it begins to ease off a bit so that you can take it a little bit further. Beautiful. Slowly ease out of that. Let's swap over. Line the feet up. Take the right foot back, put it on the ball of the foot. Sink the knees down, keeping the abs in tight. Let's tilt the pelvis up and forwards. Let's really get into that stretch on the front here on the hip flexors, the iliopsoas muscles there. Also getting into the top of the quadricep muscles there. Fabulous. Hopefully you can feel that. And we'll ease out of that and go a little bit further down. Let's work from the hip flexors down into our quadriceps. Okay, so let's set our balance up. The way we're going to do this is take a hold of the left foot. You're looking to squeeze the heel close to the backside, but be careful. Don't squeeze the heel right into the backside. What I'd like you to do here is hold it just a little bit away from the backside and then push the hip forwards. Okay, now the reason for that is that if you really squeeze the heel into your backside, what it does here is, remember this is a synovial joint, and we talked about that in our lecture on joints, and what that means is there's a sac of fluid here. If you squeeze this in, it pushes it all forwards, puts a lot of pressure under the patellar tendon. So what I'm trying to do here is get that stretch on the quads, but in not too extreme a position for the knee, so we're keeping the heel a little bit further back, but as you push forwards, you'll still feel that on the quadriceps. Let's swap over to the other leg. Remember, for your balance, you can bend the supporting knee, or for some reason, I'm still not quite sure why, we take a hold of the earlobe, and that might help you with your balance. But you know what? If you're struggling with your balance, you can hold on to something, or you can reset yourself if you wobble. That's okay. Remember, from our balance lecture, this is one of the things that we look to improve over time. Pushing that hip forwards, can we feel that stretch on the front of the thigh in those quadriceps, those four muscles, powerful muscles on the front of the thigh that we use when we're squatting, when we're lunging, when you're walking upstairs, for sure. And let's put that one down. Let's move on. Remember, we talked about our opposing muscle groups. So from the quadricep at the front of the thigh, let's move to the hamstring at the back. Left foot first, heel down, bend the other leg. Now, what I want to do is put the hands on this right thigh, because then what I'm going to do is try not to round your spine, but take your chest forwards. As you drop the chest, you'll start to feel that stretch into the hamstring, into the back of the thigh. Again, this is a great one to get down there, feel the mild tension and hold it. Take a couple of deep breaths. Sometime around now, we'll get that collagen creep, and if you take a deep breath and exhale, you'll find, as if by magic, you can go a little bit further. So really focus on the muscles that you're stretching. Chin is on the chest, slowly roll yourself up. And swap over to the other side. Now, while we're flipping side to side, try to be aware if you've got difference from one side to the other. If you've got one side particularly tight, it might need a bit of extra stretching. Bend down, hands onto your left thigh. Chest drops forwards, keeping your abs in tight, nice natural curve in your lower spine, and then we'll start to get that stretch into the back of the thigh, into the hamstring there. Let the top of your head drop forward as well. We don't want an uncomfortable position in your neck. Remember, we've already stretched out the neck at the top there. Put that toe down, chin on your chest, and slowly curl back up. Beautiful. We're going to move on to your inner thigh, so you might straddle the mat now because we're going a little bit wider. We're going to point the toes out. We're going to point the knees out on that line. We're going to sit down. Hands are just above the knees and push backwards. Pushing backwards now, we'll begin to open out through the inner thigh, gives that stretch for the adductor muscles, the hip adductors. These are the muscles that bring the legs in towards the center line of the body. We're not just resting the hands, we're pushing them backwards. Make sure we can feel that stretch on the inner thigh. Keep your breathing nice and relaxed. You're okay to forward body hinge on this a little bit. Try and keep the shoulders relaxed. Again, our target's about 15 seconds at least. If you've got time to hold it for longer, that's even better. And slowly come up out of that and walk them in. Fabulous. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take your left foot over your right. Okay, so looking for a little bit of stretch into the outer thigh, into the iliotibial band, which is a really important one for runners. All we're going to do here is take this left hand up, and I'm actually going to displace the hip here. What I'm going to ask you to do is to lean this way and physically push your hip in this direction as well at the same time. So you're pushing the hip across as well as leaning at the same time. So we're really getting into this lateral complex on the hip there. Working a little bit through your smaller glute muscles, but also particularly into the ITB down the side. And bring that back up to the top. Let's swap over the other way. Keep everything balanced. We're taking the right foot over, bringing the right hand up, and push the hip that way, and that slight lean. Fabulous. Looking to feel that down the outside here. Remember, we're still after that. Hold it for a few seconds. See if we can feel it ease off a little bit. Perhaps it'll go a little bit further. And ease out of that position. Okay, so for our calf, we have two muscles in the calf, the gastrocnemius and the soleus. We talked about them in our muscles lecture. Let's take the left foot back. Now for this one, we need to keep the feet facing forwards. So make sure your feet are facing me. You're gonna sink onto your front leg and keep your heel down at the back. Yeah, so you're looking to keep that heel down, but can we shift the weight forwards, really get that stretch? You might need to support your weight on the front leg. Really get that stretch into the calf muscle at the back. Now this one's particularly important for girls if you wear high heels, or even for guys if you wear high heels. So now we're going to change that. To get a little lower, just ease off down into the soleus and also into the Achilles. We ease out of the stretch slightly, but now I'm going to ask you to bend the knee. As you start to bend the knee, you'll feel that going a little lower down. So we're still in the gastrocnemius, but we're really now getting down into the soleus underneath it and down into the Achilles. Yeah? Beautiful stretch. For you runners, sports jocks, this is particularly important. Achilles does a lot of work. And ease that off. Shall we swap over to the other side? So you're taking your right leg back this time. Make sure your feet are about hip width apart for your balance. Shift the weight forwards, keep the heel down at the back, the legs straight. Let's start to get that stretch through the calf. And interestingly, the calf muscle, the bigger calf muscle, the gastrocnemius, actually attaches above the knee. So it assists when you're doing knee flexion exercises, when you're bending your knee. Now ease out of that stretch slightly, and now push that knee down to the ground, but keep the heel down. And you'll really feel that get a little lower down into your Achilles. Yeah, it's a great stretch. And we'll ease that off. You'll be pleased to know we're going to hit the floor now. So there are your standing stretches. Beauty of those, you can do them absolutely anywhere. We're going to get down onto all fours, do a little bit of work for our lower back. Obviously a key area for lots of us. So we're going to get the hands directly under your shoulders, the knees directly under your hips, and all I'm looking for there is that lower back stretch, dropping the chin down and lifting the tummy button, pull it in as much as you can so that we're really pulling the lower back up towards the ceiling, really trying to round through the spine there. Really get this flexed position and feel that stretch through the muscles, particularly in the lower back. Excellent stuff. And we'll ease ourselves out of that. We're going to take your left arm, simply reach it down. Now, can we get down onto this shoulder and hold that position there? Feel that stretch across the shoulder, a little bit into the upper back. Hold that position. Try and keep your breathing nice and relaxed. Feeling that stretch through the shoulder. Also, a little bit of rotation there, stretching through the upper back as well. Holding it for at least 15 seconds, a little longer is better. And we'll come out of that and swap it over to the other side. Try to keep your hips over your knees as we drop under. Try and let that shoulder go down if you want to turn your head as well into that position. It's a beautiful stretch through the shoulder. Great stuff. Keep your breathing nice and relaxed. And ease yourself out of that. And we're going to do completely the opposite of that now. So, again, reset yourself. Hands under the shoulders, knees under the hips. Let's take the left hand, only this time, keep looking at the hand, keep looking at the hand, lift it up and keep looking at the hand. Okay, doesn't matter where you go to, yeah, as long as you go to that point where we can feel that rotation through the lower spine, we're getting that stretch through the muscles, through the lower back, we're also releasing through the shoulders, releasing through the chest here. Doesn't have to be pointing up to the sky, you can be reaching across there as long as you're working to your comfortable range of motion. Good, shall we ease that down and swap it over to the other side? Set yourself first, try not to sit backwards when you do this one, keep your weight forwards. Press into your left hand so that your right hand is released Keep your weight forwards, don't sit back, just as far as is comfortable. Feel it open through the chest. Try and keep your breathing nice and relaxed. Beautiful. Rotating through that lower spine. Again, particularly if you're sitting down an awful lot, you'll find that you can be in a natural position. It can cause a little bit of stiffness around the lower spine. This is a great way to release it. And we're going to ease that down. Let's take this a step further. We're going to go into our upward dog position. Those of you who are yoga disciples, let's take the feet behind. Now, for the cobra, you'll keep your hips down, but for the upward dog, we're actually going to lift the hips up off the floor. Lift up, lift the face up and forwards. So we're really working through that back bend, really trying to extend through the spine, yeah? But not backwards, but up and forwards. Lift your face up and forwards. Shoulders are back and down. The hips are off. Looking for that nice lengthening through the whole of the spine, from the top of the head right down to your tailbone. Remember, your back is designed, as we talked about when we looked at the spine. Our lecture looked at the way it moves, and we talked about flexion and extension, and also what's referred to as hyperextension, like this, where we go back slightly beyond the norm. We're going to sit that back down now and take it back into our child's pose. Now, this is a great position. Sit it back into child's for me, please, because it can affect different people in different ways. So you might be feeling a little bit of a stretch through the lower back into the glutes. Or it's possible that you could be feeling it if you're sitting your hips back into the quadriceps on the front of the thigh. You might actually be feeling it if you press down through the armpits to the floor, feeling it a little bit more in the chest towards the front of the shoulders also. So the great thing about this pose is it offers us many benefits, but sometimes it's worth experimenting with it. Sometimes sit with your feet together, resting onto your feet. Sometimes sit with your feet apart and sit between your feet. Sometimes experiment with the pose to see how it works for you. We'll come out of that and come back onto all fours. And we're going to change slightly now into a swan position. All I'm going to ask you to do is bring your left foot forwards, bring the knee up, and turn it slightly to the side. We're now going to sit back, and again, this one has many benefits. Pushing this hip down, we might feel it on the front here. We might feel it here into the glutes. Depending on where you put this foot, if we move it a little further across, you'll feel it a little more into the glutes here. If you need to support your weight, that's fine. I'm just looking really to get this hip down and this hip down. Hold that position. Try to keep your upper body relaxed. Remember, we've had a nice stretch for the neck and shoulders already. And we'll ease out of that and swap over to the other side. Now, for me, I don't know why it is, it might just be me, but more than any other stretch, I feel a difference from one side to the other on this one. So see how it works for you. We're bringing this foot across, we're trying to push this hip down to get a stretch into here, and then turning this forwards, getting a stretch into that hip flexor as well. It's a great combination stretch. Particularly, again, if your job involves you sitting, if it's driving or office bound, it's great to get this stretch. And let's ease ourselves out of that. We're going into a wide leg stretch now. So if you guys both face that way for me, and I'll do it to the front, and then everybody at home can see what we're doing. Taking the legs out wide, just as wide as is comfortable. Hands are down in the center, lift the head up tall, nice long back. Now we're hinging from the hip, so don't round your shoulders, just walk the hands forwards a little bit so that we start to get that stretch through the inner thigh, just as far as is comfortable for you, and hold that position. Try not to round the shoulders too much. Can we feel that on the inner thigh? Hold it there, and remember, 6-8 seconds, we'll start to get that collagen creep. We'll take a deep breath and ease a little further into that. Beautiful. Hopefully you can feel that. And we're going to walk the hands back out of that. And guys, you get the best part now, because what you're going to do is turn your feet to the back, head down this way, and just lie down in the corpse pose for me for a second. So always a good idea at the end to have a lie down, have a little relax, enjoy the moment. And also take a moment there while you're relaxing to just be aware now of how loose you feel through the body. Hopefully, you should be feeling a little more supple now, a little free of tension, but also maybe a little bit energized as well. So just as a reminder, here's some guidelines for stretching. Try to stretch regularly, daily if you can. We're holding static stretches to the point of mild tension for around 15 seconds to maintain your flexibility and 30 seconds to improve it. Always ensure you're warm before you start, either with a bit of cardio or even if you're fresh out of a hot bath. Be aware of your posture, important to ensure you're focusing on the target muscles. And perform the stretches that target the joints where you feel particularly stiff. Remember, we went from side to side so that you can check if you have any weak areas. Always use deep breathing and maybe some suitable visualization. Imagine lengthening the elastic muscles. However, if at any time you feel any sharp or stabbing pain, you really must release that stretch immediately. Now, that brings us to the end of our series. And if you've been with me the whole way through, I really hope you've enjoyed the journey. But remember, this particular workout, the stretch workout, you can use at the end of the other workouts. We only did a little, very quick cool down at the end, in some cases not at all. So this stretching, this flexibility workout, you can actually use in combination with the others to get a really good workout. Remember, they're only 30 minutes, so you've got the time to do that. But also, importantly, remember in terms of those workouts, you now have the knowledge. We've talked about progressive overload. We've talked about how the muscles and the bones adapt. And so this is not just a one-off deal. These workouts, we talked about increasing the resistance or increasing the time you're working, reducing the rest in between, or maybe instead of doing one set of the workout, you could do the whole routine twice or the whole routine 3 times, which we did a couple of times. For instance, the plyometric workout, we did that 3 times. So you've got the opportunity to progress. The journey doesn't stop here. And remember, in one of our lectures, you may remember the line we pinched from one of the sportswear giants. We said that fitness is a race that has no finish line. And hopefully, now that you've got that extra knowledge, you know how to achieve fitness, why we're doing it in a certain way, then hopefully you're going to be running that race for some time to come. Welcome to the glossary. The great thing about this is if you get into your workouts and maybe just forget one exercise, you can take a shortcut, have a look at it, remind yourself how to do it, remind yourself importantly of the teaching points. But here's another thing. Once you start to get used to your workouts, we've talked about how important it is to change them and to develop them. You've got a whole selection of exercises here, a wide vocabulary for every body part that you can pick and mix to make your own workouts as you progress. Remember to keep the front knees slightly bent and the hips, chest and shoulders square to the front. Tilt from the hip so the whole body's in line from the top of the head through to the hip, through to the heel. Lifting up but keeping the elbows slightly bent and the whole body levers as one. The awkward pose is basically a squat, sometimes called an air sit or a chair. It has several different names. I'm going to take the feet together for this. Make sure you're balanced on left and right. You're going to sit down and back and at the same time lift the hands up. If you have any problems with your lower back, you're going to keep one hand down to support your weight. The aim here is to press the feet into the ground. Rotate your thighs to the center, pull your tailbone down. That'll engage those core muscles. Rotate the arms out so that the shoulders move away from the ears. Let the top of your head lift up and forwards. Some muscular energy in your arms, in your legs, in the buttocks, in the abs, all over the body. For the upper back, particularly for the rear deltoid and for the rhomboids between the shoulder blades, I'm going to split the feet. The important thing is that you're bent over. Now, in that position, you can put a little bit of stress on the lower back. So I'm going to rest my hand to support the weight. I've got to be in this bent over position so that I can lift the dumbbell up against gravity. If I don't bend all the way up, I'm just lifting it backwards, and that's not effective. Abdominals are in tight, elbow is slightly bent, lift up, and watch out for this. Don't twist. Keep the hips, chest, shoulders square down to the ground. Focus on squeezing the shoulder blades together. Keep the head drop forwards, don't tilt the neck back. On the bent over row, remember to keep your knees slightly bent and to hinge from the hip. Don't round your lower spine. So the dumbbells are in front, the knees are slightly bent. When we lower down, the hinge is from the hip. Lock on in that position, protecting the lower spine, and then lift the weights up towards the tummy. Elbows lift up and out. Don't pull backwards, lift upwards. We're working against gravity. Elbows up and back. Abdominals in tight, and you'll feel a little bit of tension on the legs there because they're holding that position for you. On the biceps curl, keep the knees slightly bent to protect the lower spine. Start with the palms facing in. As you lift up, turn the palm towards you. The bicep is responsible for supination, so to get the best exercise for the biceps, we include that little twist. Bicep curls up, abdominals in tight. Don't swing, don't sway backwards and forwards, and keep your elbow fixed to your side as we lift. To go across the top, start at one side. We're going to use our hands for this cardio exercise. Step into the center, and there's a little propulsion to take you over to the other side. Hup. Careful on that foot placement and control the momentum by sinking down on this side. Bend down through the knees and try and get a little bit of height on the way. These jump jacks can be up and down on the step, or I'll show you an advanced version as well. So the secret here is to bend the knees, up, up. So this is our jumping jack. If we want to take the intensity up, don't touch the step, meet the heels in the middle. Stand central to the step, take a little squat first, and then use that propulsion to get you up onto the step. You might want to use your arms as well. Squat and lift, and then back down. Hand lift, and back down. Ideally, unless you're really skilled at plyometrics, just walk down, don't jump down. Golden rule here, the quieter it is, the better it is for you. Place one foot towards the corner of the step. Make sure it's flat down. What we're going to do here is a simple knee raise. Stepping up, lift the knee. Using the arms, we can start to turn that into a cardio exercise. Over the top is similar to across the top, but on the shorter distance. So here we can get a little bit more height. So we're onto the board and up, up. And the thing to remember here, abdominals are tight, sinking down when we land to give us that propulsion, to give you the height on the next jump. For the shuffle, put one foot on the board, the other one about half a stride back. Get ready to use your arms. We simply swap. Quiet feet, fast feet. On all fours, hands directly under shoulders, knees directly under hips. Lift the lower spine up, skywards. And when you relax, don't press the tummy down, just hold it to a neutral position, and then repeat. The chest press with the band, wrap it around the upper back, knees are slightly bent, abdominals in tight, elbows high, press forwards and into the center. Make sure nothing else moves, just the arms. Don't lock the arms out at the end. Make sure that work's coming through that squeeze in the pectorals. The specifics of the child's pose will depend to some degree on your personal flexibility in the hip and front thigh region. So, we can either walk the hands out and sit on the feet, dropping the head down, or we can open the legs slightly and sit between the feet. The aim is to walk the fingertips forwards, push the tailbone down, and drop the head. The chop is a great exercise to develop core strength, working through rotation, and strength here will help to protect the lower spine, but this is a movement we use every day. So we're going to start by reaching down onto the ball of the foot, and as we lift up and rotate, we go onto the ball of the other foot. Reach down, reach up. Keeping the abdominals in tight all the way through, pulling in through the waist. See how we're using long levers in the arms. The aim of the crocodile walk is to challenge your core strength. What we're trying to do here is to get into a neutral spine or comfortable spine position, but we're in a disadvantaged position, and what will happen is gravity will try to push it down. Your challenge is to, on all fours, walk forwards, opposite arm and leg, just a couple of steps forwards and a couple back, so you don't need too much space, but maintaining that neutral spine position. So when you go down, you'll have one hand forward, one leg back, like so, and then what we'll do is walk forwards, and then back, and the aim is to stay as low to the ground as you can, but still keeping that neutral spine, not letting the hips drop down to the floor. For the cross, again, you need to use your whole body for this technique. So that means you've really got to get your rear foot in the right position. So the first movement is make sure you're twisting the rear foot, because then you'll be able to twist your body, which is where the power is, and then you can transfer that down the line of the arm for that cross, or sometimes called a straight. Remember, you're punching with these two knuckles, so turn it straight, like so, like so. Not like this, straight and straight, yeah? We place it. Look how your whole body works together from the foot, transferring through the center, transferring the power to the arm. We place it first, and then we add a little snap to make it go a little bit quicker. For the crunch, try to focus on the abdominals doing the work. So don't pull the arms, the elbows forwards. And also try to imagine you're holding a peach between your chin and chest, so you've got that little distance that means that you can keep your neck relaxed. And the aim is just to get your shoulder blades out of contact with the floor. Squeeze together here and lift. This is an exercise to challenge your balance and so to help develop your core strength. This is a single leg squat combined with a lift, but also with a slight lean. What we're doing here throughout this exercise, keep the abdominals pulled in really tight, pull in through the waist. Remember to hinge at your hip, because what we're going to do is take one foot off the floor. We're going to reach down and across towards the floor. As we squat through here and press, this leg comes forward, this hand comes up, and you see how it's going on a diagonal. We're going down, abdominals in tight, control this stability, and up. The dip's a great exercise for your triceps, backs of the arms, and we can increase the intensity of this slightly by lifting one leg. Remember to keep the elbows in close, going backwards, not flaring out to the side. And note the fingertips are wrapped forwards, not turned outwards. Abdominals are in tight also as we dip and press. The downward block is to defend the lower part of the body. Starting from this position, make sure you're moving your foot forwards into the lunge to give you that movement with the hips. All the power is in here where the center of gravity is. The downward block starts across at the opposite shoulder. We go down, but don't lock out the elbow. Keep it slightly bent. Down. Now be careful as you go down not to lean forwards. Yeah? You could go straight into something. Down, head up, chest lifted, lunge, and downward block. As with punches, as with blocks, for the kicks to really work, you need to use your whole body, particularly this section here. This is where the power is. In Japanese, they call it your hara, in the center here. So your arms are up. To prepare for the front kick, give yourself some momentum. We'll take a step first. So we step with the other leg and lift. From there, the push comes with the hips forwards and then down. Now, there are two striking points. You could be using the ball of the foot to strike, or if it's more of a push kick, you could be using the heel. But importantly, you've got to not lock out the leg at the end of the movement. So focus on pulling it backwards. Now, little tip, make sure when you step up, this foot points to the front. If it turns to the side and you now push your hips forwards on the kick, you'll really drop into that knee, which is not a good idea. So keep this foot forwards. Now on the kicks, you're allowed to lean backwards because that'll actually make the kick go higher. But what you're not allowed to do is scrunch your shoulders. You can lean backwards and that'll give you more height on the kick. And remember, the kick has to recover as well. So bring it back, then put it down. The front raise is for the anterior deltoid, front part of the shoulder. Feet are hip width apart, palms in front, the elbows are slightly bent. We lift up in front and then back down. Be careful not to sway, and we achieve that by keeping the abdominals pulled in really tight. Draw your tummy button back towards your lower spine as you lift up and down. The Hindu press-up is a great exercise for developing strength in the arms and shoulders, also the chest, but also it challenges your core strength and helps to develop mobility in the lower spine. So you're going to start in a downward dog position, lift up. Now you can have the heels down if you've got that flexibility in the calves or if you're starting quite close. If not, the heels might be slightly off, however's comfortable for you. Drop the chin down to the floor, follow along the floor, lift up into your upward facing dog, which means the hips are off the mat, and then press back into your down dog. And repeat the movement. Hip abduction involves moving the leg away from the center line of the body, like so. Hip adduction is bringing the leg back into the center from a side position, but also from there lifting across as if crossing your legs. For the hook, as with any punch, it starts on the floor. We need to get our foot in the right position to allow us to get the body in the right position to allow us to transfer the speed and power. First of all, twist the foot. Twist. Twist. Now twist your body. Now the hook comes around the corner. We're striking to the side of the head or side of the jaw here, round. Not over here. There's nobody over there. The target is right in front of you. Look straight ahead, boom, just there. Straight ahead. The inner block is to defend your chest, this region here. So what we do, start from the feet. Make sure you're moving forwards. Make sure your hips are going forwards. That will make you stronger. Start from outside at a 90-degree angle. Make sure you come across your chest, not too high. Knuckles in line with the shoulder and only slightly across your chest. There's no need to go over here because you're not over there, just past the line of your body. So from there, cross, cross. Make sure there's some tension in the arm. For the jab, remember, and for any of the punches, the power is in the whole body, not just the arm. To use the whole body, we need to move the feet. You'll lunge forwards with the foot. You'll bring your hips with you because that's where the power is. And the jab goes straight down the line. The quickest route to your target is in a straight line, not like an extra set missile. It's in a straight line. So from there to there and back. See how your whole body works together. The legs, the transition through the middle, and then into the punch. So we're ideally punching with those two knuckles. So you're turning your fist like that. We place it at first, get used to where it should be. Then we add a little snap, pulling it back, making sure you don't lock out the elbow. Focus on pulling it back. And at all times, a little bit of tension in the abdominals. For the jackknife, start with your legs on the ball, hands directly under your shoulders. Keep your abdominals in tight. Lifting up, bringing the ball towards you, let the top of the head drop down, and then back. This is a great cardio exercise and really good for working on the stability in the lower limb on the foot you're going to have on the board. So, get yourself balanced on the board. You will wobble sometimes. The aim is to get a kick, touch the board, kick, touch the board. The key to the balance exercise is abdominals pulled in tight, really engage those core muscles. For lower back mobility, we get on all fours. Make sure that the hands are directly under shoulders, knees directly under hips. Take one hand, keeping your abdominals pulled in tight, tummy button lifted up. Reach under, get that rotation through the lower spine. Lift up. What I want you to do is keep the hands moving all the time and keep your eyes on the hand. As you lift, don't sit back into the hips. Stay forward so the hips are directly over the knees. The easier version of the lateral jump is to step behind your step platform. We're squatting with the knees, up, and the aim here is to point your feet slightly inwards so we're landing this way and this way. That'll help to protect the ankle rather than going over sideways. So, lift up. If you want to prepare yourself, take another bounce before we go over. And of course, to make that slightly more difficult, we have the challenge of over the board. And if you want to take that up further still, go bounce straight back. Don't take that extra bounce at the side. For the lunge, you want one foot on the board, on the ball of the foot behind, angle yourself slightly across the board. We're using the hands. It's a switch and switch. The aim is, can we get that going a little quicker? Quieter feet means softer landings, means you're being kinder to your joints. This exercise is for the shoulders. Let's put the feet into a split lunge position for this. Take a hold of the training bar, mid-range. Elbows slightly bent. The aim is to lift up to just above shoulder level and then down. A little tip, just to keep good alignment in the shoulder, lift the little finger slightly higher than the thumb when it gets out to the side. And that'll prevent you throwing it backwards. At all times, draw in through those postural muscles. To work the hamstrings, we're going to dig the heels into the ball, lying yourself down. And the aim is to bring it closer, keeping a nice long line through the body, and then straighten out. Keeping the hips lifted, up and out. Remember to work on that balance as the ball wobbles. The lunge on flat floor is a good exercise anyway, but once we put it onto a balance board, that starts to really work the stability in this front leg. We're starting up straight, we're reaching back for the lunge and up, lunge and up, lunge and up. All the time, keeping your core muscles pulled in, lift up. A great exercise for the backs of the arms is to just lie yourself on your side, have the knees slightly bent. This arm, you need to lose it somewhere, because what we're going to do is put the other hand in front and press to lift you up and back down. Press up and down. And that extension through the elbow will start to put some work into those triceps at the back of the arm. Try to relax your head if you can. The feet are wide, knees and toes pointing out. The bell is in the center, grab a hold. The challenge is to pull in, feet up, hand up, all at the same time. Whole body exercise, great for burning calories, but what's important here is to integrate the strength in the lower body and the upper body. We need to stay locked in the center, really pulling in through those core muscles. Now, the plank is normally a static exercise to work your core muscles, but what I've done here is changed it slightly. So the challenge is, as you're moving, can you maintain that good alignment in the lower spine? So we're starting with the plank position on the elbows, onto the toes. Now, abdominals are in tight, tailbones pulled down, lifting up through the pelvic floor. Can we, without too much rotation, go onto the hands? Hold your full plank. Without twisting too much, can we go back down? And can we just keep doing that until the sun comes up? Plyometric exercises are explosive and work on stretching the muscle first and then using the elastic potential with a contraction to get a powerful movement. So something like a squat, I'm now stretching the muscles here and then exploding with that contraction. Importantly, we need to make sure the landings are soft, as this means that there's less impact on the joints. So the secret is try to land quietly. For the power lunge, this is a plyometric exercise. The secret is about height. So what we're doing is dropping down first into a short lunge, up, down into a short lunge. And remember, for plyometric exercises, land quietly. Plyometric exercises tend to focus on the lower body, but we can also do a few for the upper body. For instance, the power push-up. So the aim here is to use that stretch in the muscle to contract quickly and to give us an explosive movement, so the hands, just for a split second, leave the board. Down and push. The squat press is a combination of a squat, a leap and a shoulder press at the same time. So I'm starting with the weight in front of the chest. We squat down and up. Make sure you land softly and go straight back down into the next squat. Careful not to lock the arms out on the top of that movement. By taking a simple press-up movement and putting one hand on the ball, we now introduce a whole different core stability challenge. And this is around the shoulder girdle, particularly the rotator cuff muscles. So we still get the benefit of the press-up for the pectorals, for the front of the shoulder and for the triceps, but now we get a little bit of extra work in those important muscles around the shoulder girdle. So now we have to control this movement. The challenge when you do your press up with your feet or legs on the ball is that we've now got to control this movement using the smaller muscles through the hip joint, but also we've got to stop the hips from dropping down. And that's the challenge for our postural muscles. So abdominals are in tight as we lower down and press. Careful not to lock the elbows out at the top, but most importantly, keeping the tummy button pulled up. By taking a simple basic exercise, but splitting the levels, we can start to work the muscle at different angles, and that'll start to work different portions of the muscle, so we get better all-round development. So taking a press up and simply putting one hand on the board and one hand off allows us to work through slightly different angles. And also now, this transfer of weight puts a lot of stress on the trunk. So we're working through the core muscles, the abdominals pulled in tight. Otherwise, your hips will drop down in the center. So although a lot of the work here is for the chest and triceps, remember not to lock your arms out on the press-up. There's also just as much work going on here to keep your body in a nice long line as you transfer from side to side. By shifting the press-up onto the balance board, not only do we get some extra work around the shoulder girdle, those small muscles in the rotator cuff, but we can now also add a twist to the technique. So for your normal press-up, get yourself set, but then as you go down, can we twist the board? And then back up. A little more of a challenge than your normal press-up. The prone row is a great exercise to get into the upper back, into the biceps, but more importantly, because we're in a plank position, this is going to really work the core strength. So get yourself set, hands directly under shoulders, into that full plank position. Abdominals are in tight. Try not to twist. Lift up to the armpit and back down. The aim is to not twist. Keep yourself fixed, abs in tight, pull in through the waist, lift up and down. If you find normal sit-ups easy as you start to develop your strength, you'll find you can do a set of 15 quite comfortably. What we're going to do is add some resistance, and this is one way to do it. We're starting in the sit-up position. The bar's across the chest. As we sit up, we've got to lift that extra resistance and back down. Remember, the focus is on the abdominals doing the work. So the momentum starts here, and then we add the extension at the top. To do a little work for the obliques, we're going to try a twisting sit-up, but we're adding some resistance to it. So this time, using the training bar, sit up, twist, and reach. I'm going to alternate sides, working into the rectus abdominis at the front, but working into the obliques at the side. To target the lower abdominals below the tummy button, We're going to go for a reverse curl, which involves crossing the feet over. And all we do from there is curl backwards. So we lift the buttocks off the floor. Keep the head relaxed, palms up so that you can't cheat with your arms. It's a small movement. Careful not to swing the legs. This movement doesn't come from the legs. It comes from a squeeze in the abdominals, lifting up, and then slowly back down. The reverse fly is the same as the prone fly, only you do have variation in that you can use different tools and you could go single arm or both arms. Importantly, the knees are bent. The abdominals are tight as we hinge forwards. Must protect the lower spine and fix this position so you'll feel some work in the legs. We're going to lift up and out, squeezing the shoulder blades together, working into the rhomboids. Elbows are slightly bent. Try to keep your head dropped forwards, not creasing through the neck. We can use the ball to get a really good exercise for the lower back and glutes, particularly in a hyperextension exercise. By taking the hands down onto the floor, let the legs drop down slightly, fix your upper body, fix your hips. All we're going to do here is lift up and back down. Lift up and down. You should really feel that into the glutes. Even though we're working on blocks, which is for defense, the best form of defense, as you probably know, is attack. So what I'm going to ask you to do is move your foot forwards. That allows you to move your hips forwards, which will give you some power with the rising block that rises up, across your face, and finishes at this slight angle. The reason for that being that if you miss, it slides down here, yeah? So keep the abdominals in tight, step forwards into a little lunge and lift. Abdominals tight, muscular energy in the arm, defend yourself. It's important with this exercise to only go to the point where you feel you're starting to lose your neutral spine. Remember, neutral spine is that comfortable curve in the lumbar region. So we're going to start up on the knees, hands on the ball. Fix your position and begin to roll forward slowly. The aim is to only get to that position where you can hold it. You'll feel the challenge to make your hips drop down. That's what we're fighting against. Fix it there and slowly roll yourself back. It's really working into those core muscles. The transversus here, pulling in through the obliques, lifting up through your pelvic floor. The roundhouse kick is probably the one you'll see most in the movies. It looks the most spectacular. But it's also quite easy to get it wrong, so let's be careful on this. Set yourself up sideways on as if the same as the side kick. So the toes are pointing that way, your body's pointing that way, but your head and hands are pointing to the front towards me. You're going to take a step up first of all, and you're going to lift the leg into a hurdle position. Yeah? For those of you who've not done track, that's the knee higher than the ankle. It then comes in that round motion. See how the toes are pointing. You need to point the toes to me because you kick with the instep. In other words, the laces. So for that to happen, you have to point the toe towards me. Not pointing upwards, not pointing that way. Point the toe forwards like so. So as we step, flick, back and down. Great work for the hamstrings and glutes. Make sure the heel comes back to the backside after the kick. Abs are in tight. And as with all the kicks, if you take a lean backwards, you'll find you'll be able to kick a little bit higher. Running on the spot is a great cardio exercise. Once we shift it onto a balance board, however, it becomes a much greater challenge. So as well as getting our cardio effect for the heart and lungs, we're also now challenging the proprioception in the ankles and the knees, and you've got to work the core strength. This is a great exercise for the abdominals, particularly for the obliques. We're going to take the bell, wrap the thumbs, hands around. We're about halfway back, and we simply turn from side to side with a little reach. Now, keep your abdominals pulled in tight. Your obliques are doing the work to rotate. Try and keep the hips fixed. There you go. To work the small muscles around the shoulder girdle, the rotator cuff muscles, we keep the elbows fixed. This is an exercise called the dumb waiter. Please don't ask me why. You keep the elbows fixed by your side, turn the palms up. You need a resistance band for this, and you open out the arms and then back in. Keep the elbows fixed by your side, open out the arms and slowly back in. The shoulder press, obviously, works the shoulders. Couple of tips. You want your knees slightly bent, and if you're struggling with your balance there, in other words, if you start to sway as you lift, I want you to work into a split lunge position, one foot in front of the other, both knees slightly bent. The bar starts on top of the chest. We press up, but just a little tip here. It goes up but slightly forwards, because if you go straight up, it ends up going backwards here and causing you to arch the lower spine, which you don't want to do. So a tip is to look forwards, but you should still be able to see the bar in your peripheral vision. That'll be the ideal position. Remember not to lock your arms out at the top, and resist that swaying by keeping your tummy pulled in really tight. Using the ball, we can really target the oblique muscles in the waist, helping you get that hourglass figure. So fix your feet, one front, one back to hold your position. Hips on the ball, one hand behind the head, staying sideways on, careful not to twist. Lift up, really focusing on this, doing the work, and back down. Up and down. For the side kick, turn your legs sideways on, turn your body sideways on, but keep your head and hands to the front. That's where the target is, so you've already lined yourself up. We're going to take a step first with the rear leg to give you some momentum. We're going to lift the knee, and we push with the outside of the foot, right on the outside edge of the foot. So for that to happen, your toe has to be pointing in that direction. Step, lift, push, lift, down and back. We must recover the leg. Yeah, these are real martial arts techniques. You wouldn't want somebody to grab your leg. So push and back. Isn't important how high you kick, although said, if you lean backwards, you'll find the kick will go a little bit higher. This is a great compound exercise, so it's using upper and lower body, large muscle groups involved, which is good because not only does it tone, but we're burning calories. So we're going to step out to the side. We're going to point the toes slightly outwards, that kind of 45-degree angle, so that the knee, remember it's a hinge joint, can follow the line of the toe. Yeah? So that's our side lunge. Be careful not to let this knee drop down. It needs to stay up. What we're also doing is taking a reach, and this comes from a hinge in the hips. The hands are going to reach down and then back up. So be careful. This is not a rounding of the spine. This is a hinge of the hip from there. So we're keeping the abdominals in really tight, hinging, head long, nice straight back as we reach down for that lunge and back to the center. This is a small movement, really targeting the oblique muscles. So we're getting into our side plank position, 1 foot over, and all we're doing simply is dropping the hips down and lifting up. Now be careful here not to rotate. There'll be a feeling to rotate. Keep yourself sideways on. Hips, chest, shoulders are facing towards me. Drop the hips, lift, drop the hips, and lift. This arm can be taken up also if you wish. And be careful to keep a slight bend in this elbow and to keep a good distance between the shoulder and the ear. A single leg squat is quite difficult to do because of balance issues, but we can cheat this slightly using the ball. If you take the ball, press against the wall, door, whatever, something very stable, take the inside leg away, you'll find that then you'll be able to get really good depth on this single leg squat. You'll get a really good bend through the knee, through the hip, and that can only mean better toning for the front of the thigh, the back of the thigh, and the glutes. But remember, even though you've got this support, you still need to work on your core strength, pulling the abdominals in tight. You also need to think about the alignment of this knee. Don't let it drop in. Make sure it's bending, as it should do, just forwards and back, because it's a hinge joint. This is a great exercise for your core strength, but also particularly for the gluteals and hamstrings. What we're going to do is a single bridge. So the bridge exercise, make sure your shoulders, neck are relaxed, and we'll turn the palms up to prevent you from cheating by using the hands. The normal bridge will be the press and lift the hips. But a single bridge now introduces a balance issue because we're going to take one leg off and then press into the bridge. So now we're working much harder into the hamstrings in the back of the thigh, into the glutes, and really working into this core strength, trying to keep that long alignment from the heel down through the hip, down to the top of the spine. For the hip adduction, we're working on bringing the leg in towards the center line of the body. So using the ball, rest on the ball, this knee's bent, hands for support. Now, don't use the arms, they're just there to balance. We're keeping strong in the center so that we keep a nice long line and don't twist. Pressing into the ball will then lift this hip from the floor. And if you're feeling adventurous, we can lift the whole body up into that position. And you've got, as well as the lift, the toning for the inner thigh, that balance to work, which means we're getting some targeting of the smaller muscles around the hip joint that will help with our balance and stability. This exercise targets the hamstrings, the gluteals, but also because we're introducing an element of balance, that's really going to work into the core muscles. So those deeper postural muscles really need to work. So what I'm going to do here is take the weight onto my right foot. We're going to keep the right leg straight, and we're going to hinge down and lift the rear leg. Now, things to look out for here. We've got to be careful to make sure we're not rounding the spine. This is a hip hinge, so your body stays in a nice long line with the abdominals pulled in tight, so you've just got that normal little natural curve in the lower spine. Don't let the tummy drop down in the middle. Also, be careful not to let the hips rotate. Make sure that your hips, chest, shoulders stay square towards the floor. Also, there's some work for the rotator cuff muscles around the shoulder girdle. Don't let the weight pull the shoulders forwards. The shoulders stay back. And as you hinge down, the top of your head comes towards me, to the front. And then back up. And ideally, don't put that foot on the floor. Straight back into your next repetition. This exercise is the best exercise you can do for toning the buttock muscles. But what's great about this is because it also introduces an element of balance, then it's really getting into the core muscles as well, those deeper muscles around the trunk. So what we're going to do here is simply take one foot off the floor. As we squat down, we're going to hinge the hip forwards so that the hand goes down towards the floor and back up. You'll notice I've got this other hand out for balance. If you start to lose your balance, you can reset yourself with this foot. But what we're looking for is to try to get as much of a bend as you can in the knee and in the hip and straighten up. Abs are in tight all the time. And also be aware of that alignment on the knee. There'll be a little bit of this going on, so make sure we fix that. Great work for the front and back of the thigh, but also, as I said, for the buttocks. This is a great exercise to target the deltoids, really getting into those shoulders. But what I'm going to do here is introduce a full body element by taking a slight knee bend first. So we're getting that transition of upper and lower body strength, which requires the work through the middle to integrate them. So what we're going to do is take it up, roll it onto the back of the wrist. We take a knee bend, and as we press up, the legs are working together and down. So the whole body, now it's not a full squat, it's just a little assist for this shoulder press. Careful not to lock out the arm, keep it slightly bent, and press. At all times, avoid the temptation to arch the back or lean. Abdominals in tight, press up. The split level lunge puts a little more stress on the front leg. So we're really going to get into the quadriceps, the hamstrings and the glutes on this front side. But what we're also doing here by putting the foot on the ball for a split level means that we've got balance issues at the rear. So we're getting strength work at the front, and then we're getting this stability work at the back that's preventing that ball from rolling around as we go down for our lunge. Great variation of the lunge exercise. Of course, at all times, abdominals in tight, head tall. This is a fairly basic exercise, and it's actually a movement pattern we repeat many times during the day, every time we get up from a chair and sit back down again. But the problem is that easy exercises means generally they're easy to do incorrectly. So things to watch out for on this. When we're squatting, a good tip is to lift your big toes, because what that'll make you do is press the weight into the heels, and that's exactly where it should be. Always have in your mind that feeling of sitting down on a chair as if you're about to just touch it with your backside and then come back up. So you're in control all the time. You're sitting backwards. That will mean there'll be a slight forward hinge of your body to balance. Yeah? But make sure that's not through a rounded spine or with the tummy dropping down. Keep the abdominals in tight as we sit down. Be careful not to let the knees shoot forwards of the toes, and that won't happen as long as you sit backwards. Another thing to look out for, make sure the knees don't sink in as we go down. To avoid this, you might want just a very slight turn out of the feet, either to the front or very slight turn out, so that the knees don't do this. This is a great lower body exercise, but because we've put one foot on the balance board, we're now getting a lot more work for the core strength and for those proprioceptors around the ankle, the knee, the hip that are helping to detect where we are in space and then kick those little muscle contractions that hold us in a firm, stable position. So what we do is squat down and lift the knee. Squat down and lift. A great lower body exercise. Going to need to do it slower. You'll notice I'm using my arms to counterbalance because there's a lot of work going on just here. This is a plyometric exercise. That means it's explosive, where we stretch the muscle and then contract it quickly. So what we're doing here with a squat jump is literally squatting down, up and straight back down. So as soon as you land, go straight back down into the next squat. That will mean that you land softly, smoothly, quietly, which will take the impact away from the ankles, knees, hips and lower back. So squatting down, up and straight back down into the next squat. Make sure the abdominals are pulled in tight all the time and you're looking for a maximum explosion. As soon as you get down, straight back up, there's no pause. Don't stop at the bottom. Go down, straight up and straight up into your squat jump. This is a great combination exercise, and because we're using upper and lower body again, we're really working the core strength, pulling in through the transversus, pulling in through the obliques at the waist, lifting up through the pelvic floor to stay strong in the center. We're taking the kettlebell, thumbs inside, wrap the hands around the horns, hold it at chest level. We squat down. Make sure we press the weight into the heels, abdominals are in tight. As we come up, press up and slightly forwards. Elbows don't lock out. Chest level, press, down and press. This is a fun plyometric exercise, and you need a bit of space for this. This is probably not one you'll be doing in the lounge, because what we're going to do here is work with a weighted ball, and we're going to use the power of the legs integrated with the upper body to get a throw. We squat and throw, let it land in front of you and get a hold of it again. Now, the aim here is to transfer all that power from the legs to the upper body, and that's got to mean that we work the core strength, pulling those abs in tight, pulling it in through the waist. Keep the elbows slightly bent. Try to feel as though the power's coming from the legs, not just to throw in the arms, yeah? Drop it down, keep your abdominals in tight, and up. And this is about your whole body moving as one. Down, smooth movement. Down, smooth movement. This is a combination of 3 lunges, front, side and rear. But what's great about it is it means that we really get into the lower body, target the whole lower body. Fabulous toning exercise. But be careful of the technique. So, 1 foot's on the board. The key is to lift, abdominals in tight, place it down, we go into our lunge. Now be careful, don't let the knee go further than the toe, so the movement's down, not forwards. From there, lift the knee straight back up. We now go down to the side, sit down into a side squat. We come up, put it down behind, drop down into a nice long lunge. 3 directions, forwards, to the side, and behind, and that'll really get into the legs. For any balance pose, the key is the foundation. So we really need to press into that foot. Yeah, remember, the more you press down, the more energy you'll draw back up into the body. We're locking out this leg. Really pull the kneecap up. Rest wherever this is comfortable. It might be here, it might be here. You might lift it a little higher, wherever's comfortable for you. Make sure the knee is out, but the hip is back. That's the union of opposites. That's what hatha means. Hatha, it's the union of the moon and sun. So make sure you're pulling this hip back, but turning this hip open. Hands are up at chest level. Press the palms together to give you some muscular energy in your arms. The chin sits back to lengthen through the neck. For the backs of the arms, problem area, those triceps, what we're going to do is take a position with both knees slightly bent, a split lunge. We're going to take a hold of the band really quite close to one end, just in front of the hip here. We're going to lift the elbow behind, and for this position, you actually need to lean forward slightly and keep the abdominals tight. I'm holding on here to allow me to then press back against that resistance. Literally press back. Keep the elbow high. We're not rowing with the arm. The elbow stays fixed. Only the lower part of the arm moves. Careful not to twist your body. And that little kick back behind, pressing the palm up towards the ceiling, will really get into the muscles at the back of the arm. This is really probably the best example of a whole body movement. You're really going to work your whole body on this one. You're starting lying down. The legs are out straight. We're holding the weight directly above the chest. We're going to use the abdominals to sit us up. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. We then tuck one leg under, one leg over. You may need to use this hand to then get you to this position. Keep it up, keep it up. Stand up. We then reverse that. Down, keep it up, keep it up. You may want to use the hand as you lower yourself down. Once you start to progress, we take the hand out of it, stand up, and repeat on the way back down. When you swap hands with the weight, use the other leg to pull up and cross over. This is a great exercise to target the rectus abdominis, the six-pack muscle, but also by adding an element of twist, we get into the obliques at the waist, so you're getting 2 for the price of 1 here. So what we're doing, keeping the feet flat down, as we sit up, we're going to take one hand and reach it up and across. Bring it down, get a twist onto just the shoulder, and then reach. So you're really rotating through the body in that sit-up movement. Reach up to this corner, make sure it's up and diagonal, and as you sit down, drop down just that shoulder. And make sure you repeat on the other side. For the uppercut, we really need to think about the feet, because this will only work in cartoons. To get some power in there, you really need to use the legs. So firstly, we turn the rear foot. It's the same as with the cross. Turn the rear foot. But now you let your body go down and up. So there's a little squat and up. Those legs really have to work. And then your arm just becomes an extension of that under the chin, yeah? Not this, the whole body. You have to twist the rear foot, you have to turn the body forwards, and then you'll get some power into that uppercut. This will target the deltoid muscles, the shoulders, particularly at the front. I'm going to step onto the band about hip width. Make sure when you're doing any of these band exercises that you've got it fixed under the arch of the foot. You don't want it suddenly pinging up and hitting you. The knees are slightly bent. That'll prevent you from swaying. Bring the palms in front, resting on the thighs. All we do from here is lift up and out with the elbows. Up and out. So there's a little bit of work into the biceps at the front of the arm, but predominantly this is coming from the shoulders, from the deltoids. Now you'll notice nothing else moves, and to do that there needs to be a slight bend in the knees to keep the little bit of tension on the thighs, but then also pulling in tight with the abdominals. Lift up, and that'll prevent you from swaying, which is not good for your lower back. We want to fix that position, let the shoulders do their work. Let's tone those deltoids. This is a great exercise for the abdominals, but what we're also doing here is introducing a little skill level as well to make you concentrate while we're doing this. The V-sit's quite a tough exercise, but what I'm going to do here is add the ball to it. So when I sit down, I'm reaching behind. When I come up, I'm swapping the ball over to the feet, and down, and back up, and continue to swap side to side. So it introduces a little skill level, but also a few other of those smaller muscles in keeping a hold of the ball by introducing that squeeze. And don't worry, you'll really be working the abdominals on this. A fabulous exercise for the waist, for the obliques particularly, is to take the resistance band, but to hook onto a door handle, onto the banister, something like that, so that you can take a hold, imagine it's now hooked on like that, with both hands. The knees are bent, and all we do from there is pull it away and then back. So you can imagine this is really pulling against the fixed position there. And all you're looking to do is make sure the rotation comes from here and not from the arms. Don't pull it. Keep the arms almost straight all the way through as they rotate your body and then back. Try and keep as fixed as you can at the hip. The squat's a fantastic exercise for the front and back of the thigh and for the glutes, for the buttocks. But the best way to do it is to try and get a deep position, as much bend as you can through the knee and through the hip. Now that can sometimes be difficult, but there's one way you can help yourself by getting a ball and standing with it against a wall. So if you stand against the wall and lean back into the ball, you'll find then that you'll be able to squat a little bit lower without losing your technique. So you'll be able to sit down but keep your hips back and not let the knees shoot forwards of the toes, which can put a little bit of stress under the patella tendon. So against the wall, and as you go down, obviously the ball will roll up, and as you go up, the ball will roll down. So you're rolling it against the wall as you do that deep squat. For this pose, you want your feet in a T position, ideally with the heel of one foot in the cup of the instep on the other, not heel to heel. Step it out nice and wide. We're sinking down onto this leg, but be careful not to let the knee drop in. It needs to be out. We're getting a little stretch through here. We're getting some strength work here. The arms are up at shoulder level. So press the feet into the ground to get your foundation. Make sure this foot's not sliding away. We draw energy up into the body by pressing the feet down. Rotate the thighs in, then pull the tailbone down. Make sure this hip's back. Hips, chest, shoulders are square to the front. Rotate the arms out, turn just the palms back, reach, turn the head, lift. Make sure we have muscular energy all around the body.